Chapter 266. When Lu Qingming rushed over, the Guanyin platform was almost crowded to the point that there was no place to stand. He looked up at the top of the mountain, but he couldn't see anything except the lonely cold moon. "What are they looking at?" Lu Qingming asked with a frown. There were so many people at the scene, but no one spoke. Everyone stretched their necks to look at the top of one sword peak. It seemed that an unprecedented battle was taking place there. Even if there were really people competing and fighting, they couldn't see it with their naked eyes. Was there a need to be so serious and devout? "Young master, let's go a few steps forward. There's an old gentleman pavilion there. Our people have already inquired about it. That's the best place to watch the martial arts." Captain Ning He, who was behind Lu Qingming, whispered. Lu Qingming nodded and thought that it should be so. If he squeezed with these people, he wouldn't be able to see any good show. He could only look at these black heads and smell the hot, sweaty odor coming from their bodies. The Old Lord Pavilion was a simple and crude pavilion, with 4 stone pillars and an arched dome. There were no tables or chairs, and it was even difficult to shelter from the rain and wind. It was said that when Taisheng Laojun climbed the mountain, he rested here, and later generations built a pavilion at the place where Laojun rested. Wasn't Taisheng Laojun an immortal? With a wave of his sleeves, he could go beyond the 9 heavens. Why did he have to rest halfway up the mountain after climbing one sword peak? When Lu Qingming came over, there were already several black figures in the pavilion. What was even more surprising was that they had prepared their own wooden tables, chairs, fruits, and wine for themselves. Lu Qingming's eyes turned cold. When he was about to ask Ning He who those black shadows were, someone took the initiative to greet him. "Qingming, come here quickly. It's really boring to drink alone. You came at the right time." Jiang Zhulu. This was the voice of Jiang Zhulu, who rarely appeared outside recently. Lu Qingming didn't like to deal with Jiang Zhulu because he felt that the father and son, one was silent and treacherous, and the other was gentle and cunning. Neither of them were good people. Of course, how could there be good people in their circle? Since others had invited him, it would be extremely impolite to refuse. After all, they were all familiar with each other, so it was still polite to drink a glass of wine together. Moreover, if it weren't for the fact that he had been performing quite well recently and had an obvious upward trend in the Lu family, the proud and arrogant Jiang Zhulu wouldn't have taken the initiative to invite him over for a drink. Lu Qingming strode towards the old lord's pavilion. When he got closer, he discovered that Jiang Zhulu was holding a small telescope in his hand and was peering at the top of the mountain. Lu Qingming thought, in this kind of dark night, separated by such a long distance, no wonder when I saw them, I was just a black shadow, but he was able to recognize me at a glance. It turned out that he had the help of binoculars. She also thought that if he kept looking at her with binoculars, then wouldn't he be able to see the changes in her expression when she heard his voice? Feeling a little unhappy, he secretly decided that he would work hard to improve his self-cultivation in the future and strive to be able to keep a straight face no matter what happened. Jiang Zhulu put down the binoculars in his hand and smilingly said, "Come, Qingming. Let us brothers have a drink. This cool breeze is refreshing, the boundless winter moon is boundless, there are friends, good wine, and there's even someone who will put on a life and death show for us. Isn't life happy?" Lu Qingming took the wine cup that Jiang Zhulu brought over and clinked glasses with Jiang Zhulu. Then, the two of them simultaneously tilted their heads and drank the wine in the cup in one gulp. Putting down the wine cup, Lu Qingming sized up the decorations of the old lord's pavilion and asked with a smile, "Big brother Jiang has been here for a long time?" "Of course." Jiang Zhulu didn't hide his thoughts. "Fang Yan is an old friend of mine. He is fighting with his life on the line and is in danger. How can I not be concerned about such a big matter? So, I had them come to Mount One Sword to survey the best viewing area and prepare a table and good wine. Every time Fang Yan wins, I drink. Every time Fang Yan takes a step back, I drink. He fights with his fists, I fight with my wine. Together, we will fight the Japanese sword god." Lu Qingming was very clear about the relationship between Jiang Zhulu and Fang Yan. Lu Qingming wasn't the only one who knew. There weren't many people in the upper circle of Huaqing who didn't know. Originally, Lu Chaoge was the Jiang family's daughter-in-law. Jiang Zhulu took care of Lu Chaoge in every possible way. Even Lu Qingming thought that the two of them would eventually be together. It was impossible for Lu Chaoge to escape the Jiang father and son's schemes. Because of Fang Yan's appearance, the situation underwent a shocking reversal. Lu Chaoge and Jiang Zhulio's relationship gradually drifted apart. Instead, she became more and more intimate with Fang Yan. More importantly, Lu Chaoge forced Jiang Zhulu to return their family's shares, but she secretly used the real Rubik's Cube technology to create an innovative energy company. Chaoyan Technology was a newly opened small company that was unknown to the outside world. However, it received the attention of all the energy giants in the country or those who wanted to enter the energy industry. Because everyone knew that if there were no problems with the Rubik's Cube technology, whether it was used for military or civilian use, it would bring unimaginable profits to investors. Lu Chaoge founded Chaoyan Technology, but she sold her Longtu shares to the Lu family at a sky-high price. Now, the Lu and Jiang families were fighting in the Longtu group. The two families were like fire and water, fighting for power and profit endlessly. This was also the reason why Lu Qingming was unwilling to approach Jiang Zhulu when he heard his voice. Now, the relationship between the Lu and Jiang families was too tense. However, hearing Jiang Zhulu describe the relationship between him and Fang Yan in an interesting way, Lu Qingming also put down his hatred and took the initiative to raise his glass to Jiang Zhulu. He laughed and said, "Brother Jiang has sharp eyes. Do you think this glass of wine is a toast to Fang Yan for winning or taking a step back?" Jiang Zhulu raised his binoculars and glanced at the top of the mountain. He raised his glass and said, "My good friend is advancing and retreating. I don't even know if he won or lost. I don't care so much. Us brothers should have a good drink." Dang! The two glasses gently collided with each other, and the two once again raised their heads and drank the wine in the glass. Then, they raised their glasses and laughed. When the clang rang out, the ice between them melted by a large chunk. Lu Qingming looked at Jiang Zhulu and asked with a serious face, "Brother Jiang, who do you bet on to win this battle?" Yes, what Jiang Zhulu said was right. Fang Yan was advancing and retreating like a butterfly. It was really difficult to predict where he would step next, whether he would take a step forward or a step back. Chiba Bing was in the air, with iron feathers and cold clothes, like a goshawk looking for food. Fang Yan was playing with the flowers. The white robe on his body was like a wave, moving up and down with Fang Yan's body. Fang Yan's body was like a white crane, proud and majestic, yet carefree and at ease. Chiba Bing's middle finger was raised like a sword, and his whole body was like a sharp sword. His back was still straight in the air. His body completely defied the principles of physics. If that powerful ability to stay in the air was imposed on any player, they would be able to jump from one end of the field to the other. Chiba Bing's energy penetrated the outer layer of his body, but it only absorbed clothes and hair and tightly stuck to his body. It did not form a cyclone to absorb the grass and dust on the ground into his body. The energy was balanced, smooth, and free. There was no waste. This energy can be released and withdrawn, and it can be big or small. It has become a part of Chiba Bing's body. The Japanese god of swords lives up to his name. Someone in the dark finally said something good about Chiba Bing. It should be known that before, everyone was not very optimistic about Chiba Bing. Although they felt that Chiba Bing was known as the god of swords, he had already lost the upper hand by challenging a junior. He did this just to make a name for himself. Now that they saw his performance, the experts who had not come into contact with him were all moved. This match could be called a real fight between a dragon and a tiger. Chiba Bing's body jumped in the air for a long time, but he did not make a move. It was not that he did not want to make a move, but that he did not find an opportunity to do so. Fang Yan used the plum blossom steps, which contained the way of yin and yang, and waved his hands left and right, which blocked all the killing moves of Chiba Bing. Those seemingly cumbersome and boring movements made up for every flaw in his footwork. The more he waved, the more flaws in Fang Yan's defense. Yes, there was no flaw in Fang Yan's defense. Chiba Bing was not in a hurry at all. At least his expression was calm and gentle, and there was a faint smile in his eyes. His every smile and every strand of hair told others that he was not in a hurry. After all, he could break through the situation with just a thought. Whoosh! Chiba Bing's body suddenly disappeared on the spot. No, he was still in the same place, but it was just an afterimage. Moreover, in Fang Yan's eyes, countless afterimages appeared on the route that Chiba Bing took. Countless members of the Thousand Leaves military stood in the air, forming a human wall. This scene looked really strange. The real Chiba Bing appeared behind Fang Yan, and his middle finger lightly pointed at the back of Fang Yan's head. His movement was very gentle, and it did not look fast. He was like a benevolent elder pointing his finger at a child's head after he made a mistake and saying, "You naughty boy." After he finished pointing, the child really became a ghost. Finger sword. Chiba Bing used a finger sword to break the enemy's defense. This was Chiba Bing's choice, to use a majestic force to break an invincible defense. Generally, the opponent who used this move was an opponent with a great disparity in strength. For example, Fang Yan could use it on Fang Yingying. However, if Fang Yingying wanted to use it on Fang Yan, only death awaited him. Chiba Bing was very confident in himself. Even if there were millions of people, he would still go forward. Chapter 267. Li Bai once said that the Shu path was as difficult as ascending to heaven. To Chiba Sun, it was extremely difficult to climb the E-Sword Peak. Chiba Sun did not know martial arts, which was unbelievable to the Chiba family. The Chiba family passed down the sword Dao, and they had produced countless sword Dao experts. Regardless of gender, they would more or less learn some martial arts. Chiba Sun was an exception. It was not that Chiba Sun did not like martial arts, but she preferred the tea ceremony. Chiba Sun was worried that her skin would become rough and her muscles would become firm after practicing the sword Dao and martial arts. A tea artisan with rough skin and strong muscles was obviously not presentable. No matter how delicious the tea was, people would lose their appetite when they saw the image of the tea attendant, and the tea tasting effect would be greatly reduced. There were strict requirements for the tea leaves, the water, the heat, and even the pot to boil the water and the pot to make the tea. Not to mention the tea master herself. To become an outstanding tea master, one had to be as beautiful as a lotus flower and as gentle as spring water. The plate, the body, and the temperament were all indispensable. Since Chiba Sun was determined to become the most outstanding tea master in Japan, she had to give up on the pursuit of the sword Dao. It was difficult to become a master if one was half-hearted. At least, that was what Chiba Sun thought in the past. However, when she saw her father personally making a cup of tea, she realized that she was wrong. She was so wrong that she was ridiculously wrong. If her father, Hashirama Chiba, was the best kendo master in Japan, no one would doubt it. However, if her father, Hashimoto Chiba, was said to be the best tea master in Japan, many people would turn their noses up at him. However, that was the truth. Sometimes, the same thought popped up in Chiba Sun's mind. If her father, Chiba Sun, had represented their school, it would have been difficult for Chinitian to win in the tea ceremony. Of course, that thought was ridiculous. How could her father represent Wuren High School? Even if he won, no one would think that it was something to be proud of, right? Chiba Sun had no objections to Chiba Sun's tea ceremony. He would never ask his children to learn anything. However, since they were not martial artists, they were forbidden from entering the world of martial artists. So, for tonight's match, the Chiba army took Chiba Haomu and his disciple Qing Yin away, but left her in the custody of her family and forbade her from leaving the house. The person looking after her was an old servant of the family, the wet nurse who watched her grow up. She doted on her in every possible way and never disobeyed. Chiba Kaori couldn't help but giggle. She said that she was going back to her room to study, then tied a rope around her waist and jumped out of the window on the second floor. Now, she was already walking on the mountain path to the top of One Sword Peak. Ah! Chiba Kaori exclaimed. A sharp thorn pricked her finger, and a drop of red blood flowed from between her fingers. Even Chiba-sun was in excruciating pain. Little girl, are you okay? A hoarse voice came from behind. This hoarse voice was not unpleasant to hear. On the contrary, it sounded very magnetic. Chiba Kaori was startled. She turned around abruptly and asked, "Who are you?" A woman in black looked at Chiba Kaori in confusion and said, "Aren't you from Huaxia?" "I'm Japanese," Chiba Kaori said in English. "No wonder you have a weird accent." The woman also spoke to Chiba Kaori in English. "Little girl, it's so late. Why are you climbing the mountain by yourself? Don't you know it's dangerous?" "I know," Chiba Kaori said. "But I have to come for a reason." "What reason?" the woman in black asked. "Two men are having a match at the top of the mountain." Chiba Kaori said. "I know that. I'm also here for the competition at the top of the mountain," the woman said. "You're here to watch the match too? But it's too dangerous. You should look up from the observation platform with binoculars. Many people do that. The two fighters are my father, the Chiba army, and my language teacher, Fang Yan. My father doesn't want me to come here. He thinks it's too dangerous. Besides, he's the most gentle father in the world because he never wants me to watch him fight or kill someone. He told me that I'd be sad if he killed someone or someone else killed him. If that's the case, I might as well not watch. Your father is so nice to you. Why did you still come after he said that?" "Because I promised my language teacher, Fang Yan, that I'd watch their match. Our teacher has never broken his promise to me, so I can't break my promise to him." Chiba Kaori smiled sweetly, her eyes filled with sincerity. "You're a good girl who keeps her promise," the woman in black said. "Since we have the same goal, let's go together." "Of course," Chiba Kaori said with a nod. "May I know your name?" "Phoenix," the woman in black said. "My name is Phoenix." "Phoenix. The king of birds. What a beautiful name." Chiba Kaori smiled happily. "So, Miss Phoenix, did you kidnap me?" Phoenix was slightly shocked. Then, she smiled happily and said, "You're very smart. You're smarter than I thought. Yes, from now on, you're my kidnap. But don't worry, I won't hurt you. But if my father wants to kill teacher Fang Yan, my safety won't be guaranteed, right?" "Yes." Phoenix nodded with a smile. "You'll die." Chiba Kaori's idea was to decide life and death with a sword. It was like an intact egg. You wanted to drink the yolk inside, but there was no hole for you to do so. Therefore, you could only break the eggshell with force. Only by doing so could you drink the delicious egg juice inside. Fang Yan's defense was impeccable, like an intact egg. Chiba Kaori could find a hole to drink the egg juice, so he simply smashed the entire egg with force. His attack was extremely slow and extremely fast. Before his afterimage completely disappeared in the air, he had already stabbed at the back of Fang Yan's head. If it hit, with Chiba Kaori's cultivation, Fang Yan's head would definitely explode. Fang Yan's left foot just happened to walk to the kun position. He knew where Chiba Kaori was and what he was going to do, but it was too late for him to turn around. Not only could he not turn around, but his body staggered forward. Bang! This was the cheerful sound when the strength on his finger was released to the extreme. Chiba Shinobu thrust his sword, which stuck close to Fang Yan's back. Fang Yan's clothes seemed to be cut by a sharp blade, and there was a huge cut at once. When Chiba Kaori sent out his sword, Fang Yan's body turned rapidly, then turned 180 degrees and punched at Chiba Kaori, who was following him. Chiba Kaori did not change his move. Once again, he stabbed at Fang Yan's fist with his finger sword. A finger against a clenched fist. Everyone would think that the fist would win. But what if it was a sword against a clenched fist? For Chiba Kaori, the sword was a sword, the branch was a sword, the finger was a sword, the palm was a sword, the body was a sword, everywhere was a sword, and the world was a sword. For others, it was just a finger. But to him, it was an incomparably sharp treasured sword. The distance between the two narrowed in an instant. When Fang Yan's fist was about to be poked a big hole by Chiba Kaori's finger, Fang Yan suddenly stretched out his palm. Yes, he turned his fist into a palm, and his body continued to rush forward. Then, his palm cut toward Chiba Kaori's wrist. Chiba Kaori laughed silently. He liked such an opponent, who was young, smart, and not weak. His body sped up 10 times for no reason. Ignoring Fang Yan's hand knife cutting toward his wrist, he used his body to hit Fang Yan's body fiercely. The two rushed in the same direction. Clang! Fang Yan failed to dodge and hit Chiba Kaori's arms hard. Then, his body was sent flying backwards. Crack, crack, Fang Yan's body slid on the ground, crushing countless flowers, plants, and some small stones along the way. Bang! It was not until his body hit a big stone that he stopped with difficulty. The pain in his chest was excruciating. It was as if Chiba's attack had shattered all his internal organs. There was a sour and sweet taste in his throat. He licked his lips, and a warm liquid flowed out. Junior Martial Uncle. Fang Yingying came out from the corner again and wanted to help Fang Yan. Fang Haohan grabbed Fang Yingying's arm and didn't let him come over at this time. Fang Yan waved his hand, indicating that they didn't have to worry. He wanted to smile at them, but the smile was a little like a grimace. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and struggled to get up from the ground. Only then did blood ooze from Fang Yan's back. It turned out that when Chiba Kaori's finger sword stabbed at the back of Fang Yan's neck, although Fang Yan avoided Chiba Kaori's ultimate skill with drunken crane riding the wind, his clothes and flesh were still cut by his sword chi. Because the fight between the two was too fast, it was only the blink of an eye from the beginning to the present, so the blood had time to appear. Just now, everyone only saw that Chiba Kaori's clothes were torn by him. Chiba Kaori's body slowly landed, and his wide-sleeved robe fluttered in the wind. His whole body was bathed in the moonlight, like a white-clothed god of war. Chiba Kaori looked at Fang Yan, who had just been injured by him, and said, "The body can also be used as a sword. Be careful." "Thank you." Fang Yan bowed to thank him. "This is my first round of failure." Chapter 268. Dang! The glass in Jiang Zhulio's hand fell to the ground, and he shouted excitedly. Fang Yan was sent flying. Lu Qingming wasn't as well prepared as Jiang Zhulu, and he didn't have binoculars to look through. Seeing Jiang Zhulio's joyful expression, he thought to himself, "Didn't you just say that we're good friends? You fought me with fists, and we fought the Japanese sword god together in a drinking battle." Of course, Lu Qingming never believed Jiang Zhulio's nonsense. Anyone in Huaqing with an IQ of more than 50 wouldn't believe it. Saying the opposite of the truth and saying the bad things nicely was a basic skill that they were trained to learn since they were young. Jiang Zhulu generously handed the binoculars in his hand to Lu Qingming and said, "Qingming, take a look too." "It's really exciting," Lu Qingming waved his hand and said with a smile, "A gentleman doesn't take what others like. I think Big Brother Jiang needs this binoculars more at this moment. I don't know anything about martial arts, so I'm afraid I can't understand it. Why don't we drink and listen to Big Brother Jiang explain?" Jiang Zhulu put the binoculars on the table and said with a smile, "Actually, I don't understand either. I'm just watching the show." Jiang Zhulu took the initiative to raise his glass to Lu Qingming and said, "Come, Qingming, let's drink to Fang Yan." Fang Yan was sent flying. Lu Qingming said, "That's not a good reason to urge us to drink. Let's drink to Fang Yan being sent flying." Lu Qingming laughed and raised his glass to touch Jiang Zhulio's. He said, "This needs to be drunk 3 times in a row." "That won't do. If Fang Yan is sent flying once and we drink 3 times in a row, we'll probably be drunk before we even see the result of the match. Qingming, take it slow, there's no rush. Leave half of your brain and one clear eye. I can feel that the real show is yet to come. Big brother Jiang is right." Lu Qingming nodded. "Then let's leave half of our brain and one clear eye and wait for the show to begin. It seems that I already have the answer to my question." Big brother Jiang bet on the Japanese sword god winning. "No, I am betting that Fang Yan will win," Jiang Zhulu said with absolute certainty. "Oh, why?" Lu Qingming was puzzled. "Feeling. I always feel that Fang Yan will win because he has never lost. Since the first time I met him, he has never lost. Countless times, when I thought he would lose, when I thought he would die, he won and came back to life. Tell me, how can people feel at ease and boldly place all their bets on such a person? Didn't we just drink a toast to him being sent flying? Because I want him to lose. I hope he dies." With a gloomy expression, Jiang Zhulu said with a firm voice, "Qingming, us two brothers don't need to test each other anymore. You and I have the same goal, and you and my enemy are the same." Ever since the Lu family entered, the Jiang family and the Lu family fought fiercely on the battlefield of Longtu Group. This was purposely done by Lu Chaoga. She set up this whole situation long ago to drag us into the quagmire of Longtu and make it hard for us to get out, while she went into battle with a bold and decisive company recruitment team. We spent all our time and energy on this, so it would be hard for us to take revenge and threaten her. In order to fight for control of Longtu, the Jiang family suffered heavy losses, and the Lu family is a newcomer, so they have to pay 10 times or even 100 times the price to gain a foothold. This war can't continue any longer, it will only drag our Jiang family and Lu family down. Just hindering our development is enough to destroy Longtu Group." Lu Qingming played with the glass in his hand and said, "Big brother Jiang means a truce." "What kind of truce?" Jiang Zhulu sighed softly. He had already said it so clearly, but Lu Qingming still wasn't willing to show the corresponding sincerity. Just based on this point, he was far inferior to the Lu tree. If the Lu tree was sitting in front of him, the two of them would have already started discussing the conditions of a truce, and he wouldn't be testing the waters again. "Qingming, what conditions do you have?" Jiang Zhulu asked with a smile. "Say whatever you want. In any case, this is a private discussion between us brothers, it doesn't count. Isn't that right?" The discussion between the two of them obviously counted. If the conditions were suitable, the Jiang family and the Lu family would reconcile according to the framework of this large agreement. They were the vanguard and the vanguard of the two families, this was the meaning of the existence of the family spokesperson. Lu Qingming's fingers lightly knocked on the table and said, "Just like what big brother Jiang said, the Lu family suffered heavy losses in the Jiang family. If we easily withdraw, I'm afraid it would be a bit too embarrassing." Jiang Zhulu looked at Lu Qingming and said, "The Lu family will completely withdraw from Longtu and sell all the shares in their hands to the Jiang family. The Jiang family is willing to give a reasonable price. Don't worry, the Jiang family will definitely not embarrass the Lu family. The more friends, the easier the road. The Jiang family is still very willing to make more friends." Lu Qingming was hesitant. This matter really wasn't up to him to decide alone. He had to go back and report to his uncle, who was also the father of the Lu tree. This was really a complicated relationship between people. Jiang Zhulu knew what Lu Qingming was thinking and advised, "Qingming, the uncles are all smart people. They know in their hearts that only if the Lu family completely withdraws from Longtu can we avoid another war. If we only make a verbal truce, the people below will still fight fiercely. This won't benefit either of our families." Lu Qingming raised his cup and said, "I will bring back big brother Jiang's words." Jiang Zhulu nodded with a smile and said, "Remember the result of this match, let's watch the show." The two of them laughed and said. While Fang Yan and the Japanese sword god Chiba were fighting to the death, the two big families, the Jiang family and the Lu family, who were originally fighting to the death, reached a compromise and cooperation in the Single Sword Peak's Old Lord Pavilion. This world was really boring but also new. Drinking and watching the show, the two of you are so elegant. A man's hearty laughter sounded. Jiang Zhulu and Lu Qingming turned at the same time. Jiang Zhulu smiled and said, "He's also here, what a pity." Seeing Fang Yan fall to the ground, someone in the darkness sighed. If this kid was 10 years older and had 10 more years of accumulation, it wouldn't be difficult for him to kill that Japanese kid. He's still too young. What a pity. You old thing, the match isn't over yet, why are you so anxious? Who said that the current Fang Yan isn't that Japanese's opponent? Didn't he stand up again? You're not convinced? If you're not convinced, let's fight. Let's fight, Chiba Haomu was smiling. He was smiling happily, but there was undisguised cruelty in his eyes. Chiba Haomu pointed at Fang Yan, who had just gotten up from the ground, and said in a vicious voice, "Qing Yin, don't you think he looks like a dog?" Chiba Haomu had watched the movie Journey to the West, starring Hua Xia, Zhou Xingshi, and there was a line in the movie that left a deep impression on him: he looks like a dog. He felt that Fang Yan looked like a dog, a defeated dog that was about to be slaughtered for meat. This is just the beginning. Qing Yin's voice sounded, but he couldn't see where he was. What? Do you think he still has a chance to turn the tables? Qing Yin, my father is your master, he's the greatest swordsman in the world. No one can defeat him. Not in the past, and not in the future. After a while, Qing Yin's voice sounded again, master has also been defeated before. Qing Yin. Chiba Haomu was furious. If you can't face yourself and your opponent, you'll never be able to step into the realm of true kendo. Are you lecturing me? I'm reminding you. Chiba Haomu nodded, and said, I understand. I'll face myself, and I'll respect my opponent. But my father will definitely win. Just like he won countless times in the past. I've never doubted that. Chiba Haomu was an expert, and a rare opponent. Facing such an enemy would always make one feel powerless, just like when Fang Yan faced the old drunkard. You tried your best to defeat him, but with a wave of his sleeve, you lost miserably. The path of martial arts was like climbing a mountain. Some people lingered at the foot of the mountain, while others were exhausted halfway up. The higher one went, the more difficult it became. It required physical strength, perseverance, and even more, comprehension. Fang Yan had outstanding physical strength, astonishing comprehension, and no lack of perseverance, but he lacked age. He lacked the influence of society, the training of life, and the accumulation of time. He was still so young. That was what everyone said. I don't accept this, Fang Yan roared in his heart. I don't have the influence of society, but I'm young and full of vigor. I lack the tempering of life, but I'm in high spirits. I don't need the accumulation of time, because I'm now full of passion and blood. Being young is my greatest advantage, and it's also my greatest capital. Fang Yan stood in place, stretched out his arms, and slowly closed his eyes. Come on, Fang Yan said. He was waiting for the Chiba Haomu to attack again. He believed that this time, he would not fail. The smile on Chiba Haomu's face gradually faded, and his expression began to become serious. He was growing too fast, almost at a speed visible to the naked eye. If Fang Yan was said to be a little afraid, and a little restrained, at this time, Fang Yan had become a brave warrior who was not afraid of death, a true warrior who fought with his life and passion. He no longer defended passively, and he no longer defended himself impeccably. He only wanted to save his life. He opened his mind and let go of life and death. Based on the experience of the Chiba Haomu, there had never been anyone in the younger generation who could do this before. This boy must not be left alive. Chapter 269. Chiba Minister of War was also a person who cherished talents. His eldest disciple, Qing Yin, was originally a ninja sent by the enemy to assassinate him. After the assassination failed, Chiba Minister of War saw that it was not easy for him to learn martial arts, and that he was indeed outstanding in speed and hiding. He only cut off one of his fingers and told him to take care of himself. Qing Yin was grateful and was willing to take him as his master and serve him for life. The butler he left in Japan to look after the house, the Prairie Lord, was originally an expert from the Japanese royal family. After failing to challenge him, he also abandoned his sword and went into business, helping the Chiba family take care of the increasingly complicated business affairs. He had 9 disciples, and all of them were experts. In Japan, there were countless people who had been guided and influenced by him. The sword god not only used the sword to convey his divinity, but to the Japanese, Chiba Minister of War also represented their spirit. Benevolent spirit. Fearless spirit. Invincible spirit. At a young age, Chiba Shinobu became known as the god of swords. He defeated the invincible Japanese, and his challengers grew from 1 to 10,000, and from 10,000 to 0. After many years, he finally gained a great reputation, and his life returned to peace. However, there was a man from Huaxia who did the same thing as him. That man swept through the 36 islands of Japan alone and finally fought with him on Mount Hachibi. One was good at defense, and his defense was watertight. The other was good at attacking, and his attacks were fierce and violent. What would the result be when the sharpest spear met the sturdiest shield? After a day and night, the two of them were evenly matched. Chiba Minister of War was unconvinced and wanted to fight again. The man replied, "Childish. Childish." These 2 words were like needles nailed into his eyes and stuck in his throat, making him restless and unable to sleep. Why childish? How was it childish? He once again calmed down and comprehended the sword day and night. Finally, his swordsmanship improved greatly once again based on his original technique. He swung out more and more sword shadows, and the sword shadows he swung out became fewer and fewer. After experiencing such a painful process, he no longer had to swing his sword. That was because he was a sword, and everything in the world was a sword. He and the sword had long become one. Chiba Minister of War came to Huaxia, and a simple visit to the school actually caused him to return seriously injured. Chiba of the Ministry of War was shocked. After asking for the details, he found out that he was injured by a teacher of Huaxia. Tai Chi again. The person who swept through the 36 islands of the East Ocean, fought with him for a day and a night, and even called him childish also used Tai Chi, and that man was called Mo Qingdi. Chiba knew that he had to do something like that. He had to come to that land and conquer that land. Originally, he thought that there would be other East Asian masters who would challenge Huaxia before him, to feel the profoundness of their martial arts, to appreciate the magnificence of their martial arts, and to sacrifice and bleed, but he waited for years and years, and such people did not appear. Chiba Shinobi was extremely sad. Some of Huaxia's people came to sweep across the East Ocean, but why did none of the East Ocean experts have the courage to conquer Huaxia? Later on, he understood that everyone was looking at him because he was the Japanese sword god. The moment Chiba Shinobu saw Fang Yan, he sensed a familiar aura. The same posture, the same arrogance, the same youth, simple and unfathomable, and even the way he smiled was somewhat similar. He was very similar to Mo Qingdi, who called him childish. When he tried to make a move, Fang Yan dodged it easily. This made him confirm again that it was that man, or at least had a close relationship with that man, because when he fought with Mo Qingdi, that man also avoided his first killing move with the same steps. Chiba Shinobu was both emotional and happy. He was emotional because he wanted to challenge Mo Qingdi wholeheartedly, but he didn't know where Mo Qingdi had gone. He was happy that after so many years, Mo Qingdi's descendant had actually grown up. Thinking of this, Chiba Shinobu's mood became a little heavy, so, Chiba Shinobu prepared to start the challenge with Fang Yan, so that he would be the first person to be fed to the sword spirit after he achieved great success in Kendo. Chiba Shinobu knew that Fang Yan was excellent, but he didn't expect him to grow to such an extent in such a short time. This had nothing to do with the improvement of his skills, but had something to do with his inner understanding and willingness to sacrifice. At such a young age, he was able to open his mind and give up life and death. How great would he be in the future? This guy must not be left alive. Chiba Shinobu told himself again. He would become the hero of Huaxia, but he would become the disaster of Japan. He could swear with everything that he had that when this guy felt it was necessary, he would sweep across Japan single-handedly like his predecessor, Emo Chingdi. No, at least Emo Chingdi felt it was necessary. He wanted to fight with the heroes of Japan and test the depth of Japanese martial arts. Based on Fang Yan's usual style of doing things, when he was in a bad mood, when he ate something wrong, when he had diarrhea, when he quarreled with his girlfriend, when he won 5 yuan in the lottery, when the barbecue lady boss gave him an extra plate of edamame, he would also feel that he should go to Japan and sweep the world. At that time, how would Japanese martial arts exist? Where would the dignity of Japanese martial artists be? This guy must not be left alive. This was the 3rd time that Chiba Shinobu told himself. Chiba Shinobu moved. He didn't jump or fly away, nor did he make any fancy or complicated movements. He just walked towards Fang Yan step by step, just like how a normal person would walk. He was like a kind elder, like a kind friend, who just wanted to pat you on the shoulder, touch your head, and tell you that you did a good job. However, if your vision was bright enough or your senses were sharp enough, you would find that wherever Chiba Shinobu went, the plants would wither and the rocks would turn to ash, leaving no chance of survival. Sword incineration, someone shouted in the dark. This is sword incineration. Wherever it goes, not even a blade of grass will grow. This old monster actually comprehended the sword incineration. This kid is in danger, someone said. This kid is a good seedling. Fang Hui, that old thing, is really lucky to have a grandson like this. No matter what, he's still our kid. We can't just watch him be killed by a little Japanese. I'll help if I have to. You can forget about it. Open your eyes and see, that kid's eyes are still closed. Doesn't he know that he's in danger? Doesn't he know how powerful sword incineration is? It seems that he has a way to deal with it. It's said that this kid has learned the heart of Tai Chi very early, so he can be called a god's favored one. They were right. The person who directly suffered the killing intent of Chiba Shinobu was Fang Yan. Sword master destruction, he could feel the fierce killing intent of Chiba Shinobu with every step. It was a kind of cruelty, despair, and unparalleled power. Sword incineration, using the sword to burn oneself. How did he learn this move? Moreover, as the distance between the two got closer, the killing intent became stronger and stronger. When Chiba Shinobu stood in front of Fang Yan, his body was shrouded in a layer of white light. It had a substantial halo that could be seen by the naked eye, which was the effect of the surging energy in the body. Chiba Shinobu was like a huge warehouse, with a terrifying amount of internal energy. Behind him, a khaki-colored path appeared. It was the color of green plants after their water and vitality were extracted. Fang Yan still didn't open his eyes, and his heart of Tai Chi had already been displayed. He didn't open his eyes, but he knew better than anyone what was happening in front of him. He could see the moment Chiba Shinobu walked past, the moment the grass withered, a bug that couldn't escape in time fell limp, and he also saw that even the wind couldn't blow past Chiba Shinobu. You knew he was strong, but you never expected him to be so strong. Fang Yan was very angry, and wanted to kill. These bastards were not simple, and they liked to leave something behind in everything they did. If you had told me earlier that you were so powerful, I would have run back to hug the old drunkard's thigh and kneel down to him, and let him assassinate you or beat you half to death. How could you cheat like this? Because of the turbulence in his heart, Fang Yan almost jumped out of the Tai Chi realm. This shocked him. This was the critical moment of life and death. Once he showed a flaw, Chiba Shinobu would immediately swing his sword and cut him into pieces. You are too excellent. Chiba Shinobu looked at Fang Yan and said, I'm sorry. It would be great if he were an East Asian. If he were an East Asian, he would be ecstatic. He would be willing to teach him everything, and he would become a teacher and a student, a friend, and he would take him to dominate the world, making him the existence he was most proud of. Unfortunately, he was Hua Xia's man. Chiba Shinobu stretched out his hand to Fang Yan. Fang Yan looked at the hand with white skin that was almost translucent. The hand stretched directly toward his chest, gentle and steady. Fang Yan reached out to intercept it. Fang Yan's hand moved like an eagle's claw to grab Chiba Shinobu's wrist. Whoosh! He grabbed it. Fang Yan grabbed the wrist of Chiba Shinobu's hand, and the feeling of physical contact was so full. Fang Yan was pleasantly surprised. How could it be so easy? Was this the old monster of Chiba Shinobu's pretense? He had been tricked. Fang Yan's mind trembled slightly, and there was a dangerous aura in his mind. It was clear that he had grabbed Chiba Shinobu's wrist, but why couldn't he move his hand that was grabbing his arm? Fang Yan's arm couldn't move, but Chiba Shinobu's hand, which was being held, could move at will. His hand dragged Fang Yan's hand and continued to move forward. Then, he made a cut on Fang Yan's chest. Whoosh! The clothes on Fang Yan's chest were torn, and Fang Yan's flesh and blood were exposed. There was a long and deep gash on his chest, and a thin red line appeared. Soon, the red line became thicker and thicker, protruding his flesh and blood. How is this possible? Fang Yan's face was full of horror and disbelief. Chapter 270. Tai Chi represents vitality. Where Chi is, it grows and multiplies endlessly. Sword incineration represents death. There's no return. Fang Yan lost. He lost because the power of death was stronger and more vigorous. What a pity. Someone sighed heavily. The competition ends here. Friends, I'll be leaving first. But let's make it clear. I'll be the one to challenge this Japanese in a month. You're not allowed to compete with me. Why you? I'm going to challenge him tomorrow. Chiba Haowu laughed maniacally. He said to Qing Yin proudly, Qing Yin, did you see that? My lord father had one, he had one again. There's no difference from before. But I didn't expect him to use sword incineration. Who does Fang Yan think he is? Is he worthy of father using sword incineration? Shouldn't you keep such a godly skill and use it as a trump card when you challenge a stronger opponent? Chiba Haowu felt that it was natural for his father to win against Fang Yan. He even stubbornly believed that Fang Yan was so weak that he only needed to use 20% to 30% of his strength. Why did he have to use such a powerful technique? Did he deserve it? Qing Yin looked at the proud Chiba Haowu and said, Fang Yan is nothing. He's worthy of master using sword incineration. Master knows his opponent better than we do. He knows what kind of opponent he's facing and what kind of technique he should use. Chiba Haowu glanced at Qing Yin's position with dissatisfaction. He didn't like Qing Yin because he was always hiding in the dark, sneaky, and couldn't be seen. Even when his father won a great victory, he still put on a dead face. Someone who didn't even know how to smile was really annoying. Chiba Haowu looked very disheveled after climbing the mountain. She had underestimated this trip. If it wasn't for the woman who kidnapped her helping her from time to time, she wouldn't have been able to climb the steepest peak of Sword Peak. Chiba Haowu widened her eyes at the scene in front of her. Her eyes couldn't help tearing up. She felt very sad. She saw her father go all out. She also saw how talented Fang Yan was. But her language teacher, Fang Yan, still had his chest cut open by her father. How painful would that be? His father was right. He shouldn't have come to watch this match. No matter if he saw his father being killed or his father killing someone, he wouldn't be happy. Phoenix looked at Chiba Kaoru, whose eyes were brimming with tears, and said with a smile, Are you feeling sad? Why must it be like this? Chiba Kaori asked. Because they are all men with goals, Phoenix said. This pursuit is too big, so big that little women like us can't understand it at all. I'm not willing to accept it. Just kill me, Chiba Kaori said. What? Phoenix frowned. Just kill me, Chiba Kaori said. Because my father will definitely kill teacher Fang Yan. It's better to die earlier than later. The earlier I die, the less painful it will be. The phoenix sneered and said, Don't worry, the match is not over yet. Of course, the match wasn't over yet. Fang Yan's Tai Chi realm was actually broken by someone. This was the first time, no, the second time. It could also be the third time. The first time was broken by the old drunkard. At that time, he had just comprehended the heart of Tai Chi. He had already used the Tai Chi realm, but he was sent flying by a punch. He couldn't stop it, and he couldn't stop it. The second time was broken by Yi Ro. That woman could ignore all defenses. She could hit your face whenever she wanted, and she could kick your balls whenever she wanted. This time, it was broken by Chiba Kaoru, a Japanese who came from afar across the ocean. The Japanese sword god had the ability to look down on all the heroes. He deserved the praise and support of the Japanese. Fang Yan looked at the crack on his chest, the open flesh, and the rain of blood. He said with a smile, Why did you say sorry? Did you want to kill me because you saw my talent? But it's not your fault. I'm indeed the most outstanding young man in the whole of Huaxia. Thinking that Yi Ro might also be watching from the sidelines, Fang Yan unwillingly added 2 words, one of, as Fang Yan spoke, he stabbed the hand that was holding Chiba Kaoru's wrist hard. His 5 fingers were like sharp edges, fiercely piercing Chiba Kaoru's wrist, leaving 5 bloody holes on the wall of his hand. Seeing Chiba Kaoru's puzzled look, Fang Yan said with a smile, Your sword represents death. But Tai Chi represents rebirth. My rebirth is not as good as your death force. So, although I was still tied up by you and my chest was cut by you, when you cut my chest, there would naturally be airflow coming out. So, you found an opportunity. Chiba Kaoru's eyes were full of admiration. When I used the sword energy to slash open your chest, it was also the moment when the old energy was gone and the new energy hadn't been regenerated. The fleeting opportunity was seized by you, you cut me with your sword, and I made 5 small holes on your body. You are older than me, so I suffered a little loss, Fang Yan said with a smile. Fang Yan, how about being an East Asian in your next life? Chiba Kaoru looked at Fang Yan's handsome face and said very seriously, In that case, I can't bear to kill you. I can feel your sincerity, but I have to refuse, so, don't make such a difficult request to others in the future, Fang Yan said angrily. My father will still be my father in his next life, and my mother will still be my mother in her next life. I will still be born in the Tai Chi Fang family and have the heart of Tai Chi. If an East Asian called Chiba Kaoru comes to challenge me, I will gladly accept the challenge and try my best to kill him. If I can't kill him, I will seriously injure him, if I can't, I will bite him. There are many people in Huaxia. We have many cowards who are afraid of death, but we don't lack hot-blooded and fearless warriors. That makes me want to kill you even more. I've decided a long time ago that I will be a Huaxia man in life and be buried in Huaxia's grave when I die. Fang Yan laughed very heroically. I don't have enough courage, and I don't have enough vigor. I cherish my life very much, but if it's necessary, I don't mind sacrificing it. If you can take it, you can take it. If you can't leave. Chiba Kaoru sighed softly. Such young people were scary, and Huaxia, who had these young people, was the most promising. With a flick of his wrist, Fang Yan's right arm looked as if it had been sliced by countless knives, and countless small wounds appeared. Those were caused by the sword energy. He didn't need to use his fists or feet. Just every joint of his arm could be used as a sword. Chiba Kaoru's cultivation was really profound and terrifying. Fang Yan punched out, and Chiba Kaoru waved his sleeve to block it. Bang! Fang Yan's fist landed on Qianya Bing's wide sleeve. The sleeve was like an incomparably hard iron plate. Fang Yan blasted a big hole in the ironing board, but his body flew backward. Whoosh! After Fang Yan's body slid on the ground for a while, his head hit a huge rock. Until then, the momentum of his body was exhausted. Before anyone could react, Fang Yan got up from the ground. He didn't like to lie down because he felt that this posture was too ugly. So many fans were looking at him, so he had to work hard to maintain the style of a male god. The clothes on his chest were open, and the mountain wind whistled and slapped his strong and well-proportioned chest. Fang Yan stood as straight as a mountain, without a trace of timidity. Chiba Keiru looked at Fang Yan, who was striding toward him, and frowned slightly. His arm was also bleeding, which was a hole made by Fang Yan's claws. His fingers were sharper than a sharp knife, and they forcibly pierced through the skin and flesh, piercing through his arm. He originally wanted to kill Fang Yan with one blow and end the battle cleanly. But he didn't expect that it would be a life-and-death competition now. The one who persisted until the end would be the final winner. Moreover, an opponent who was not afraid of death was indeed a headache. Fang Yan's body started to sway. He looked like a drunkard who had just returned home. Even his eyes became hazy, as if he couldn't see the world in front of him clearly. His feet stepped on protruding stones several times, and he almost fell. His body staggered forward a few steps, and he barely maintained his posture. Fang Yan leaped up and threw a punch at Chiba Shinobu's head. His fist was like steel, and his chi was like the Yangtze River. This punch completely subverted the principle and essence of Tai Chi, which used softness to overcome hardness. Using force against force, using tyranny against tyranny. This was what people in Jianghu called hard Tai Chi. Hard Tai Chi used force against force, while soft Tai Chi used little force to overcome great force. Chiba Keiru jumped up and kicked Fang Yan's body. Pa la la, Fang Yan's fist hit the tip of Chiba Keiru's foot. The fist energy collided with the sword energy, and the airflow collided, making a harsh explosion. Fang Yan's body fell and flew backward again. Chiba Keiru's body fell 3 steps back after landing. Bang! Fang Yan's body hit the big stone. Fang Yan shook his hand and stood up again. Using the cross step, he once again charged toward the Chiba shinobi. There were no fancy skills or complicated movements. It was just a fight of force, a fight of life. Bang! Fang Yan's body was blasted away again. After breaking several small trees in a row, he was stopped by a bigger tree. Fang Yan's throat was sweet, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Chiba Keiru's face was expressionless, but a trace of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chiba Keiru had been practicing swordsmanship for many years, and his internal force cultivation was indeed better than Fang Yan's. Fang Yan tidied his sweaty hair and struggled to get up again. I'm going to kill him. Fang Yingying was like a red-eyed bull, angrily rushing toward Chiba Keiru. He was going to kill him. Or be killed by him. Bang! A leather boot appeared and kicked him in the face, sending him flying back. Hero Fang, who was sprinting forward, was kicked in the stomach before he could even turn around. He tumbled back to his original position. What are you doing, you crazy woman? Fang Yingying roared at Yiro. It was the first time that he dared to speak to the violent woman like this. If you don't go help, why don't you let us go? Fang Haohan also stared at Yiro fiercely, his chest rising and falling. It seemed that he was about to explode. Watch. Watch carefully. This is his fight, and he wants to fight fair and square. He doesn't want anyone to help him. If he needed help, he would have gone back to ask the old drunkard for help. Why would he need you two idiots to call back for help? Yiro's face was gloomy, and she clenched her fists tightly. If he dies, I'll go challenge him. If I die, the old drunkard will go challenge him. If all the masters of our Fang family are dead, there are other heroes from Huaxia to challenge him. It's not your turn to die. Chapter 271. Why can't we just die? We're also men of the Fang family, Fang Yingying roared angrily. After a pause, he stared blankly at Yiro and said, Did you just say, we're from the Fang family? Shut up. Yi Rou stared at Fang Yingying fiercely, like a female leopard that was about to go crazy and bite someone. Do you believe that I won't throw you two to the bottom of the mountain? Fang Haohan quickly shrank his neck, thinking that he didn't say anything wrong. Fang Yingying was extremely depressed. He ran back and forth like a trapped beast and said, "No, I'm going crazy. I want to kill. I want to kill." Yi Rou sneered and said, "Go kill if you want to. What are you shouting for? You won't let me challenge the Qianye military department again," Fang Yingying said angrily. His eyes lit up and he said, "What do you mean? Get lost." Fang Yingying winked at Fang Haohan, and the two ran away together. He said, "Let's get lost now, right now." Soon, Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan rolled to the front of Qianye Haohan. Qing Yin, who had been hiding in the dark, finally showed up and stood in front of Qianye Haohan. He stared at Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan with vigilance and said, "What do you want?" Qing Yin had been studying the Huaxia culture with his master, but his Huaxia language was not standard, so he had to listen very hard to understand. Of course, Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan didn't want to understand too well. Fang Yingying pointed at Qianye Haohan and waved his fist at him. "I want to challenge you," Fang Yingying said. Qianye Haowu was furious. Although he didn't understand what Fang Yingying was saying, he could understand Fang Yingying's actions. He raised his sword and was about to accept Fang Yingying's challenge. Qing Yin blocked Qianye Haowu once again, then looked at Fang Yingying and said, "I challenge you. Your target is me." Fang Yingying was amused. He pointed at Chiba Haomu and said, "Why doesn't that little bastard dare to accept the challenge? Is he afraid of losing?" "He's still a minor," Qing Yin said. "Are you going to bully a child?" Fang Yingying was stunned and said, "I'm also a child. What's wrong with a child challenging another child? Why can't he fight with me?" Qing Yin carefully looked at Fang Yingying's chubby face. He really couldn't treat him as a child. "Tell him to admit defeat," Fang Yingying said. "If you tell him to admit defeat, I won't challenge him." "I'll challenge you." "What is he saying?" Qianye Haowu stood behind Qing Yin and asked in an unfriendly tone. "They want to challenge you," Qing Yin said. "Damn it." Qianye Haowu sneered. "Tell them that I accept their challenge. If you die, what's the point of your father winning this match?" Qing Yin asked. Qianye Haowu's face alternated between green and white. He hesitated again and finally said to Qing Yin, "I'll leave this matter to you. Don't let down the prestige of a martial artist." Although Qianye Haowu was young and impetuous, he wasn't an idiot. His father was beating up Fang Yan. At this time, Fang Yan's two friends took the initiative to come to him, obviously wanting to get back at him. He wasn't afraid of such a challenge, but what if those Huaxia people cheated? One of them was fat and chubby, the other was skinny and shriveled, both of them were obviously not good people. Qing Yin sighed in relief. He was afraid that this young man would do something stupid. Qing Yin looked at Fang Yingying and spoke in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. "He's willing to admit defeat, he's no match for you right now, do you have any backbone?" Fang Yingying was furious. His opponent's choice made him very disappointed and regretful. In his estimation, after hearing his challenge, that brat should have drawn his sword in anger, only to be beaten to a pulp. He didn't think he'd admit defeat like that. Qing Yin's head was hidden under his hoodie, so his expression couldn't be seen. He looked at Fang Yingying, made an inviting gesture and said, "I know what you want to do, I don't mind being tricked, if you want to challenge me, I'll accept." Fang Yingying nodded and said, "That would be for the best. I just want to kill someone, as long as it's one of your people, as you wish," Qing Yin replied. After that, his body disappeared, then reappeared behind Fang Yingying, slashing at Fang Yingying's neck. Fang Yingxiong spun on the spot like a fat spinning top. He cleverly dodged the saber and sent a palm strike towards Qing Yin's chest. Qing Yin didn't think that this fatso would have such quick reflexes and speed. From Qing Yin's perspective, this guy's speed should be about the same as his own. This was the most agile fatso that Qing Yin had ever come into contact with. Once his attack failed, he turned around and ran. Qing Yin was a jonin, as well as a hitman. So he knew when to advance and when to retreat. Fang Yingying had no way to vent his anger, so how could he just let him go? Using his cross-plum blossom steps, he quickly ran towards Qing Yin. It made his body invisible. While Fang Yingying and Qing Yin were busy fighting, Fang Haohan looked at Chiba Haomu, his hands itching to beat him up. However, Qing Yin had already admitted defeat on Chiba Haomu's behalf, so he couldn't just run over and beat him up for no reason, right? That would be too rude, and he would be laughed at. So, Fang Haohan looked at Chiba Haomu and said, I want to challenge you, do you accept my challenge? Bastard! What the hell do you Huaxia people want? Chiba Haomu was really angry. He knew that these guys didn't have good intentions, but he couldn't understand Huaxia language, so he couldn't express his anger. Even if he shouted, it was in English. He knew that if he spoke Japanese, the vegetable in front of him wouldn't be able to understand. Fang Yingying was tall and thin, like a small tree. In Chiba Haomu's eyes, he was a vegetable. Fang Haohan was overjoyed and shouted, What? You accept my challenge? You want to fight me to the death? If that's the case, let's fight. So, Fang Haohan happily rushed towards Chiba Haomu. He didn't understand English, but he knew that the old guys watching on the sidelines didn't either. How many times did he get up after being knocked down? Fang Yan couldn't remember, but Yu Rou remembered it clearly. The 9th time. This was the 9th time that Fang Yan was sent flying by Chiba Haomu. Sometimes, Fang Yan could get the upper hand. For example, he hit Chiba Haomu's chest with his palm, scratched his shoulder with his claw, or even forced him to take 2 steps back when the two of them collided. But most of the time, Fang Yan was at a disadvantage. He attacked fiercely and fought with Chiba Haomu in such a way that he almost didn't care about his own life. It seemed really stupid to hurt one's own life. But he didn't care. I've been smart my whole life. Let me be stupid this time, Fang Yan said to himself. When Chiba Haomu came to challenge him, he knew that he couldn't retreat. He couldn't admit defeat. He had persisted until now with the stubbornness of a child. Didn't it look stupid? Yes, it was. But there were too many smart people in Huaxia. There had to be a few such fools. They didn't want to live, and they weren't afraid of death. In the face of the alien race's challenge, they didn't give in or take a step back. They wouldn't retreat even if they died. Sadly, Fang Yan's injuries were getting worse. The flesh on his chest was torn open because of the fierce fight. Not only did the bleeding not slow down, but it was also getting faster and faster. Fortunately, he had brought a layer of golden chrysalis muscle-nourishing powder. Otherwise, he would have died from excessive blood loss. His clothes were tattered, and his face was full of scars. Because every time he was lying on the ground, his head would hit a rock or a tree, and his whole head would be bloody. The blood on his face made him look like a man-eating devil who had just crawled out of hell. Fang Yan, Yu Rou couldn't help but call out. Fang Yan waved his hand in the direction of Yu Rou and said, Don't wait for me. Find a good man and marry him. Yu Rou was so angry that she couldn't speak. Who said I'd wait for you? What does it have to do with you whether I get married or not? Fang Yan stood in front of Chiba Haomu for the 9th time. He grinned and said with a charmingly naive look, It's time to end this. It's time to end this, Chiba Haomu also said. He wanted to end this battle as soon as possible because he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to do it if the fight continued. He was really an excellent young man. Unfortunately, he wasn't an East Asian. He pulled out his right hand, and a silver light appeared in his palm. A soft sword. There was a soft sword tied to his waist. Chiba Haomu raised his right hand high, and the sword chi soared into the sky. The soft sword swayed and made a crackling sound in the air. That was the sound of the sword energy colliding with the air. Fang Yan's footsteps paused slightly. This sword is called unfathomable, derived from the unfathomable meaning of swordsmanship, Chiba Haomu said. You can choose a weapon that suits you best, Chiba Haomu said. Chiba Haomu was stunned and murmured, Father, he also uses a sword. Chiba Haomu didn't know how many years it had been, but she had never seen her father use a sword. She thought that the sword had merged with her father's body, and everyone else said so. Despicable, Phoenix said with dissatisfaction. The Japanese sword god actually took the initiative to use a sword in a fight with a weak little boy. It was extremely shameless. Don't you have any shame? Fang Yan's body trembled with anger. He pointed at Chiba Haomu and cursed. You're good at using a sword, so you prepared a soft sword at your waist in advance, ready to strike me at the critical moment. You're too insidious, too cunning. How can I have an opponent like you? Fang Yan took out a silver ball from the leather bag at his waist and said, Fortunately, I was prepared. Otherwise, I would have died because of you. This bullet is called Sha Dan, because it won't explode unless I press it, Fang Yan said. As he spoke, he pressed a miniature button on the silver bullet and threw it at the location of the Chiba Shinobi Division. Chapter 272. As a descendant of an ancient martial arts family, Fang Yan admired the most about living a heroic life and dying a carefree death. Of course, he couldn't do either of those things. If someone wanted to write an epitaph for him after his death, it could only be written, a cheap and shameless man. Or it could be said that people who lived longer were really cheap. Fang Yan had always thought of himself as a smart person, but smart people also made mistakes. For example, Fang Yan had made a mistake now. When he threw the silver fool in his hand at Chiba Shinobu had already disappeared from his original position. Too fast. Chiba Shinobu's speed was too fast. Before the fool had time to explode, he had already dodged it. This kind of hot weapon was extremely lethal to ordinary people, and it was impossible to defend against it. But for Fang Yan and Chiba Shinobu, it really wasn't very useful. Because the reaction speed of the weapon couldn't keep up with the reaction speed of their bodies. This was an era where hot weapons were king, but it was also an era where hot weapons were in the hands of the people who controlled them. The long sword was like a spitting spirit snake, fiercely attacking Fang Yan's chest. Fang Yan's body retreated again and again, not daring to touch the sharp edge of the sword. If it was Fang Yingying using the sword, Fang Yan was 90% sure that he could stop the sword. If it was Fang Haohan using the sword, Fang Yan was 80% sure that he could snatch the sword. If it was Chiba Shinobu using the sword, and Fang Yan still had to use his flesh and blood to fight, there was a 100% chance that this sword would cut off his limbs. Chiba pushed off the ground with the tip of his foot and flew forward. Like a white ape hunting its prey, he stabbed at Fang Yan's chest, lianquan, zigong, abdomen, middle wrist, tai, and other major acupoints. The tip of the sword wavered, like a spirit snake looking for a gap to bite. The buzzing sound was endless, bringing great psychological pressure to people. Fang Yan suddenly stood still. He stretched out his hand and tore the robe off his body. He waved his robe to wrap around the soft sword. With a flick of his wrist, the white robe was cut into countless pieces. Just as he was about to follow up with another attack, a strange sound came from behind him. Without thinking, he slashed out with his sword. Bang! The silver foolish egg was split open, and the green liquid inside splashed everywhere. I've been tricked. Of course, Fang Yan knew that Sha Dan's speed couldn't keep up with the speed of the Thousand Leaves army. If the sword god was so easy to kill, the armory could use this kind of hot gun to rob all the masters in the world. Therefore, when he threw the silver bullet, Fang Yan curled his finger a little, and there was a little spinning force in it. It was like the roundhouse ball in table tennis. When you saw the opponent's ball was about to jump in front of you, you hit it with your racket, only to find that the ball's trajectory had changed again and actually jumped out from under your racket. The silver bullet passed by Thousand Leaves army. Thousand Leaves army thought that the crisis was over. But he didn't know that the real crisis hadn't arrived yet. When Fang Yan took off his clothes to wrap around his soft sword, it was to create pressure on him so that he didn't have too much time to pay attention to what was flying behind him. When the two sides were fighting fiercely, something flew behind them. Thousand Leaves' army mistook it as a sneak attack and slashed at it. He was very confident in his swordsmanship. It was also because of his overconfidence in his swordsmanship that he broke the silver ball and released the green liquid inside. This was also what Fang Yan wanted to achieve. Originally, he was too embarrassed to take it out, but the old guy Thousand Leaves' army was shameless enough to take out his sword to slash people, so Fang Yan naturally used his secret weapon. But it was a little too shameless. The body of Thousand Leaves' army's sword was like his body. When the sword touched the flying object, he already knew that the situation was not good. He flew to escape, but Fang Yan used the stick formula of Tai Chi to hold him back and make him unable to move. Thousand Leaves' army suddenly used his chi, and the wide-sleeved robe on his body was vigorously peeled off and took the initiative to stick to the green liquid. Most of the liquid was blocked by the clothes filled with chi. After a large area of the clothes was corroded, the liquid fell to the ground. There were also a few green dots that were not blocked by the clothes and landed on Chiba Shinobu's naked upper body. Sizzle, it was the sound of flesh and skin being corroded and burned. As the green liquid entered, the flesh and bones would be burned out, until the effect of the drug completely disappeared. Even Thousand Leaves' army, who was made of iron and steel, looked ferocious when suffering this kind of pain, and his body was trembling in pain. But he didn't say a word. He held the sword and went straight to Fang Yan's eyes. The severe pain in his body completely enraged Thousand Leaves' army. He also had to use more crazy attacks to relieve the pain of his flesh and bones being melted, which was simply unbearable for human beings. Compared with this kind of pain, the so-called 10 most cruel men of the Qing dynasty were nothing. When Thousand Leaves' army attacked wildly with his sword, the smile on Fang Yan's face disappeared. He closed his eyes again and let the long sword stab into his eye hole. The heart of Tai Chi was used again, and the Tai Chi domain appeared again. The world became still, like an ink painting hanging on the wall. The color of the mountain soil, the trembling grass, the chirping of insects and birds, everything was clearly visible. It's the same as the sword in your hand. They're both weapons. Thousand Leaves' army chuckled and said, "Is that also considered a weapon used by martial artists in a duel?" "Of course it is," Fang Yan said. "You've never played a game before, right? Some weapons are simple and realistic, like the soft sword in your hand. But my idiot added special effects, so when it explodes, it's cooler." The conflict between ancient martial arts and firearms has been at loggerheads for so many years. Martial artists train their bodies, skills, and chi, while firearms focus on simplicity, efficiency, and speed. You should stick to the path of ancient martial arts. Firearms are not advisable, it will make people slack off, so try not to use them as much as possible. Thousand Leaves' army lectured like an elder. Shouldn't you wait until you're on the verge of death to say these words? At that time, the effect should be better, Fang Yan advised. Thousand Leaves' army licked the blood on the corner of his mouth and smiled gently. "It's been a long time since I've tasted fresh blood, I really miss it." "You're right, no matter how many times I win, you only need to win one last time." Thousand Leaves' army's figure became illusory, but his voice was still as clear as ever. "The last time hasn't come yet, so the winner might not necessarily be you." Before he finished speaking, the tree behind Fang Yan's previous position had been cut in half for no reason. Fang Yan dashed towards the huge rock, and sword marks immediately appeared on the surface of the huge rock. Large and small pieces of rock fell off, but the sword didn't make any sound when it cut the rock. It looked very strange. The sky was filled with Thousand Leaves' army's phantom, jumping up and down as he moved. The sword chi was extremely sharp. It drew a prison and trapped Fang Yan within it, preventing him from escaping. Sword array. The ultimate interpretation of swordsmanship that humans could understand. Chapter 273. They raised their glasses and drank to the moon, forming a trio. Jiang Zhulu didn't use his binoculars to watch the fight on the top of the mountain. Instead, he gave the binoculars to the bodyguard behind him and told him to keep an eye on the situation and report back to him. Jiang Zhulu, Lu Qingming, and Lan Shanggu, who arrived last, drank and chatted merrily as if they were on a vacation in the wilderness. Because Lan Shanggu joined, Jiang Zhulu and Lu Qingming couldn't talk about cooperation. The businesses of the three were related and competitive, so they weren't afraid of not having a common language. 3 of the 4 prodigies of Huaqing are here today, this is really fate. Lan Shanggu laughed and said, how many years has it been since the 4 prodigies of Huaqing gathered together? In my memory, the 4 prodigies of Huaqing have never really gathered together, right? Jiang Zhulu asked back. Old Mei is so boring. He stays in his room all day and doesn't come out, who knows what he's busy with, Lan Shanggu complained loudly. That's because his name is Mei. Jiang Zhulu laughed and added. The 4 prodigies of Huaqing in the eyes of bored people were Jiang Zhulu of the Jiang family, Lan Shanggu of the Lan family, Lu Shu of the Lu family, and Mei Yingxue of the Mei family. Apparently, Mei Yingxue didn't like this name and thought it was too feminine, so he changed his name to Mei. Mei was actually quite interesting. He went into business and became a business genius. He went into painting and became a painting genius. He went into antiques and became a collector king. He went into dragonflies and became the most famous dragonfly research expert in the country. Oh right, his research on snakes and bears was also very profound. He published many influential papers both at home and abroad. No one knew what he was researching now. They only knew that the last paper he published was related to body fragrance, so everyone knew that he was researching women's body fragrance. He rarely appeared in public. The only time he made a grand appearance was when he was 18 years old and the Mei family held a banquet for his coming-of-age ceremony. Because of his handsome appearance, he immediately captured the hearts of countless young ladies. Therefore, Mei Yingxue, who only appeared once, instantly became one of the 4 prodigies of Huaqing, and the most mysterious existence. Thinking about it made people feel a bit unsatisfied. Lu Qingming's expression was calm, but his mood was unusually excited. Lan Shanggu said that 3 of the 4 prodigies of Huaqing had arrived today. Did that mean that he had already become one of the 4 prodigies of Huaqing? Would he truly be accepted by these top-notch young masters of Flower City? He knew that as long as he didn't make any mistakes, he would definitely be able to replace the willow tree. However, the 4 prodigies of Huaqing not only had to have deep connections, they also had to have the ability, the means, the intelligence, and the looks. There was no need to mention Mei Yingxue, that sissy was ridiculously beautiful. Jiang Zhulu was refined and scholarly, Lu Shu was free and unrestrained, Lan Shanggu was valiant and ferocious. They were all the best men in the world. Now, would he be able to keep pace with them? Lu Qingming acted as if he didn't care about that kind of thing at all and said with a smile, good looks always have an advantage. I wonder what that person from the Mei family is researching right now. Who cares? Lan Shanggu shrugged indifferently. We'll know when he publishes his research paper. Jiang Zhulu laughed and said, he is a wonderful person. Lu Qingming pointed to the top of the mountain and said, is that person up there not a wonderful person? He is. Lan Shanggu said, he is one of the most wonderful people I've ever seen. Jiang Zhulu looked at Lan Shanggu thoughtfully and said, does your Lan family really want to ride on his coattails that much? Besides, your coattails aren't that thick right now. My 2 brothers, let's not beat around the bush in front of honest people. Our Lan family indeed values this project very much. If we can obtain the right to sell the product of the Rubik's Cube technology, with our network channels, it won't be a problem for us to live a few years in peace. So, my 2 brothers, please support us. Jiang Zhulu laughed and said, support. Of course support. The problem is, what if the Rubik's Cube technology is in our hands? If the Jiang family has the Rubik's Cube, I'll talk to the Jiang family. If the Lu family has the Rubik's Cube, I'll talk to the Lu family. Whoever has the Rubik's Cube, I'll talk to them. I know there are some people who don't like Fang Yan, but our Lan family only cares about the matter and not the person, we just want to earn some money quietly. Since Lan Shanggu had already stated his family's position, Jiang Zhulu and Lu Qingming naturally wouldn't pursue this issue. They didn't have the right to prohibit the Lan family from doing business with Chaoyan technology. As long as their butts didn't lean towards them, it was fine. The matter of Lan Shanggu entertaining Fang Yan at the Blue Sky Club had already attracted the attention of many people. Come, let's drink. Jiang Zhulu took the initiative to raise his glass and invite them to drink. Good wind, good moon, good brother, we must drink at this time, we must drink. The three of them raised their glasses at the same time and said, we must drink. Chiba Haoru felt like she was about to die. When her father, Chiba Haobu, cut Fang Yan, she was extremely sad. When she saw Fang Yan trick her father and cause him to bleed, she was also sad. What made her even more depressed was that Qing Yin was entangled by a fatso, and her brother, Chiba Haomu, was dragged into battle by a thin man. She knew that fatso and that thin man were props used by Mr. Fang during his lectures, and they were also good friends of Mr. Fang. Because her father challenged Mr. Fang, they went to challenge Qing Yin and Chiba Haomu to vent their anger. Chiba Haoru felt a deep sense of powerlessness in her heart. This was Huaxia, where there were many talented people and experts. Was it really worth it for her father to do this? He wanted to make Japanese kendo famous, he wanted to pave the way for Japanese martial artists, he wanted to pursue the supreme kendo, but, Lord Father, this was Huaxia. If you challenge one person from Huaxia, there will be 100 people from Huaxia standing up. They bully your disciple, humiliate your son, kidnap your daughter, there are too many of them, and they are too powerful. Even if you defeat teacher Fang Yan, do you really win this competition? What? You don't want to accept it? Seeing the sadness on Chiba Haoru's little face, Phoenix smiled and said, but this is really difficult for you. On one side is your father, and on the other side is the teacher you like, if you have to choose one, it will really be very painful. But in the end, you will choose your father, right? Yes, Chiba Haoru said. I hope that my father can win this competition. Because he has given up everything for this competition, and the only thing left is to win. But that's not why I'm not satisfied. Then why are you not satisfied? Phoenix asked. In the short time they spent together, she realized that this little girl was very intelligent and insightful. She was not like an ordinary high school girl. I'm not satisfied that Huaxia is too big, I'm not satisfied that there are too many Chinese, I'm not satisfied that your land is fertile, I'm not satisfied that your resources are vast. I'm not satisfied that you have thousands of years of cultural heritage, I'm not satisfied that you have too many experts, my father can only challenge teacher Fang Yan, but his two friends went to challenge my younger brother and my father's disciple. And you, and those experts hidden in the dark, who among them dares to challenge? We humans are all God's people, why is God so biased towards you guys? Can God really see all of this? Phoenix chuckled and said, this is Huaxia. This is the Huaxia. We can look down on others, others can't ignore us, we can challenge others, others can't provoke us, we can bully others, others can't take revenge on us. Not satisfied? Not satisfied? Come and hit me if you can. Chiba Haoru felt that there was nothing more to say to this crazy woman. Phoenix patted Chiba Haoru's head and said, actually, you can also become a Huaxia person. For example, you can marry a Huaxia man. No, I'm Japanese, Chiba Haoru said with a determined expression. Fang Yingying was the fastest fatso in the world. Of course, that was what he thought. However, Fang Yingying was indeed good at speed. His body size was inversely proportional to his fat body size. When he and Qing Yin unleashed their speed at the same time, it could be said that they were the brightest. The two of them fought with speed. One was a round meatball, but his attacks were extremely heavy. The other was like a black shadow, retracting his hand as soon as it reached out, almost never clashing directly with Fang Yingying. Fang Yingying's consecutive frontal attacks were all dodged by Qing Yin. He was extremely angry, clenching his teeth as he charged towards Qing Yin. "This bastard, if you're so good, let me give you a few solid punches. What kind of hero are you running around all the time?" Thinking that he couldn't be considered a hero, Fang Yingying felt a bit better. Not everyone could be a hero. On Fang Haohen's side, the battle was even more intense. No, it was a shouting match. Fang Haohen sent Qianye Haowu flying with a thunderous punch and shouted, "You despicable bastard, you dare to use the monkey steals the peach to ambush me, you want to cut off my descendants? I'll fight you to the death." Fang Haohen used the bone-shrinking hand to slap Qianye Haowu's chest, causing him to spit out blood. He shouted even louder, "You dare to insult my mother? Even though I don't know who my mother is, I respect her a lot, I'll fight you to the death." Fang Haohen kicked Qianye Haowu's balls, looked at his twisted face and cursed, "You despicable bastard, you dare to use the monkey steals the peach to ambush me? You want to cut off my descendants? I'll fight you to the death." Yi Rou stomped her foot on the side. "This idiot, you've already used this excuse just now." Bam! Fang Haohen punched Qianye Haowu's face and angrily said, "You dare to call me ugly? How am I ugly? How am I ugly? I'm so skinny, how can I be ugly?" Qianye Haowu could no longer hear what Fang Haohen was shouting. He fell on the pile of rocks, foaming at the mouth and covered in blood. Chapter 274. On the rugged mountain path, a row of black-clothed people moved quickly and silently. They were climbing the back mountain of One Sword Peak, which didn't even have a mountain path. It was a completely deserted area. Thorns, poisonous insects, steep slopes, and rocks that could fall at any time. It was a hair-raising walk. This group of black-clothed people were dressed uniformly and strangely. They wore black hats that looked like swimming caps, and they wore tight-fitting black fiber uniforms. Each of them carried a barrel-shaped bag. With one person in the lead, everyone followed. The black-clothed person in the lead looked up and waved his hand. The group of black-clothed people behind him immediately spread out and entered the dark mountain. They came without a shadow and left without a trace. Apart from a few lonely birds that were occasionally startled, no one knew the secret of their arrival. Chiba Bing's body soared into the air, slashing left and right with his sword. There was no sound, no shadow, only the sword energy could be seen. The trees behind Fang Yan, the rocks that he dodged, the flowers and grass on the trees were all cut into pieces by the sword energy. Fang Yan took a step forward and slashed at his chest. Fang Yan quickly retreated, and another sword slashed at his back. Fang Yan spun on the spot and slashed at the top of his head. Because of the formation, there was nowhere to hide. Fang Yan's space to move became smaller and smaller. This was also Chiba Bing's deliberate intention. When he was only 3 feet away, he would enter a dead end. No one in the world could save him. Fang Yan had already used Drunken Crane riding the wind to the extreme. His body was like a small boat on the ocean. He ran here and there in a sorry state. "I can't do this anymore," Fang Yan thought. He also knew what Chiba Bing was planning. He was trying his best to reduce his space to move. When he couldn't dodge, he could only be beheaded by Chiba Bing. Unfortunately, Sha Dan had already been used. Otherwise, if he threw Sha Dan at Chiba Bing in the air, he wouldn't dare to use his sword to slash at him. In that case, he might be able to escape from the sword formation. The flesh on the wound on his chest opened up more and more. Because of the intense exercise, blood gushed out again. Even the golden chrysalis muscle nourishing powder was washed away. Without the obstruction of the golden chrysalis muscle nourishing powder, the blood flowed even more unbridled. Fang Yan's body was getting more and more tired, and his footsteps were getting heavier. Of course, he couldn't care less at this moment. This was the darkness before dawn, the frozen earth before the ice and snow melted, and the heavy rain before the sunset filled the sky. He had to persevere. He didn't care how many times Chiba Shinobi had won before. He just needed to win one last time. Besides, the old guy from the Chiba army didn't say that he was tired. How could a young man with good teeth and a good appetite say that he was tired? Shaw, another large rock was shaved off by the sword Chi. Of course, the originally huge rock had been shaved into a flat top by the Chiba shinobi. The stone rolled to the ground, blocking Fang Yan's path of retreat. However, if Fang Yan moved forward, he would face the sharpest sword of the Chiba army. He couldn't move to the left because the Chiba army's sword Chi still remained there. He couldn't move to the right because the Chiba army had just withdrawn his sword from the right. The speed of the Chiba army was too fast. He could launch hundreds of swords in a second, and those hundreds of swords formed a dense spider web. It was really not easy for a mosquito like Fang Yan to pass through the spider web. Fang Yan stood still and let the long sword attack him. The Chiba army didn't disappoint Fang Yan and slashed at his neck. This was a horizontal sword. Perhaps because of the excitement of drinking blood, the long sword, which had been silent all this time, actually let out a long cry. Fang Yan closed his eyes and displayed the heart of Taiji again. The Taiji domain was fully displayed, bringing him into another world. He was not convinced. He wanted to try again. He wanted to try again to see if the Chiba army's sword was faster or if his hands were faster in the Taiji domain. He could only try again because in his skill box, only the heart of Taiji had a chance to match the unique skill of the Chiba army's sword array. The heart of Taiji was a domain, and so was the sword array. Now, Fang Yan was going to use his own domain to fight against the Chiba army's domain. This was one of his few options. Puff, the clothes on Fang Yan's body, which had long been cut into pieces by the sword Chi, burst open, and he blocked the front of the Chiba army. At this time, Fang Yan's upper body was completely naked. Of course, this move was very difficult, so it was recommended not to easily imitate it. Some people could only shake the clothes on the upper half of their bodies, while others couldn't control it well and shook the lower half of their bodies. The wind blew on their buttocks, and their balls were exposed. That would be too embarrassing. The Chiba army didn't even look at it. He even imitated Fang Yan and closed his eyes. Two pretentious fellows, someone cursed in the darkness. But this time, no one responded. Whether it was Yiwen, Phoenix Chiba, and the others on the surface or the unknown person hiding in the darkness, everyone was waiting. They were waiting for the most intense battle to arrive, waiting for the peak collision between the successor of Taiji and the Japanese sword god. The Chiba army's body finally appeared in the darkness. His expression was serious, but his hand that was wielding the sword was calm. He had long reached the state of being one with the sword. These swords were his hands, his feet, and a part of his body. No matter how long he used them, or how intense the movements he did, he still had absolute control over them. In Fang Yan's Taiji domain, the Chiba army's face and sword were clear. Fang Yan could even see his naked upper body. Even the few hairs on his chest and the two little eyes were undisguised in Fang Yan's mind. Fang Yan quickly diverted his attention. He had looked at the wrong place just now and almost kicked him out of the Taiji domain. The speed of the sword was very fast, but in Fang Yan's mind, it seemed to be moving slowly. Yes, in this domain, the speed of all objects was slower than the speed of Fang Yan's eyes. Because he was the only king in this world. Whoosh, suddenly, the speed of the sword increased. If the speed was 1 in the past, it had increased to 9 now. It was getting faster and faster, so fast that Fang Yan's eyes couldn't keep up with the speed. The sword also became more and more blurry. He could no longer see the trajectory of the sword clearly. This shocked Fang Yan. He had never encountered such a thing before. Could it be that in his Taiji domain, he was no longer the king, but was being controlled by someone else? Whoosh, Fang Yan's mind suddenly exploded, and a colorful rain of stars fell. They flew about, drawing one beautiful arc after another in his boundless mind. The clear images in his mind had disappeared, and now the flowers and grass had become bright spots and lines. Hashirama Chiba's body turned into a moving dot of light, and the long sword he swung was a glowing line. Fang Yan stretched out his hand. Crack, crack, Fang Yan's hand pierced through the sword chi surrounding the long sword. The sword chi exploded, giving off a strange sound. However, the sword energy didn't hurt Fang Yan. Fang Yan's hand finally grasped the blade of Chiba Abe's sword. This was impossible in the past, but it was happening right in front of his eyes. The heart of Taiji, the heart follows Taiji. Sometimes, it's not you who thinks about how to fight, but the heart of Taiji will lead you to fight. This was what the old drunkard said to Fang Yan. The old drunkard was a martial arts genius. Until now, no one dared to refute this. What he said was naturally very reasonable. Taiji was the protagonist, and people were the carrier of Taiji. This was the state that Fang Yan could experience. However, he didn't know what kind of state it was. Did it evolve, or did it deteriorate? Did the heart of Taiji upgrade, or did it mutate? Among a million Taiji practitioners, one lucky person might understand the heart of Taiji. Each of the 10 Taiji practitioners who understood the heart of Taiji had a different growth process. Some of them reached the sky in one step and achieved the diamond body. Some of them fell into hell, and their bodies and emotions changed. The heart of Taiji disappeared for no reason. The reason why Fang Yan ran away was that he couldn't feel the existence of the heart of Taiji. Instead of saying that he was afraid that Yi Ro would beat him up, he was afraid that the heart of Taiji would never come back. Therefore, after the heart of Taiji returned, he wouldn't feel embarrassed even if Yi Ro beat him up in front of hundreds of teachers and students. Instead, he was secretly happy. Look at me, look at how much I've been beaten up. The long sword stopped moving forward, and Hashirama's body also froze in the air. Hashirama lowered his head and looked at the long sword in his hand. He sighed softly and said, "You understand?" "Yes," Fang Yan said. "What did you understand?" "I don't know," Fang Yan said. He really didn't know what he had understood. He didn't even know if he had understood it or not. Hashirama asked him if he had understood it, but he was too embarrassed to say that he hadn't. That would be really embarrassing. "You have indeed comprehended it," Chiba Shinobu said and sighed deeply again. His high spirit was gone, and so was his sword. The soul of the invincible Japanese god of swordsmanship was suddenly taken away. He was a little dispirited and said, "I've practiced swordsmanship all my life, and I've sought the way of heaven. Even heaven is helping you. What can I do?" Fighting with heaven was endless joy. Fighting with earth was endless joy. Was that really the case? Was the power of heaven and earth something a mere martial artist could consume? Fang Yan didn't care about that. He only remembered a saying, "Take advantage of your enemy's weakness." Just as Qianye was feeling melancholic, Fang Yan slapped his chest with his palm. The long sword in Hashirama's hand fell, and his body fell toward the cliff of one sword peak like a paper kite without a string. Chapter 275. Father. Chiba Kaori cried out anxiously. She blurted out in Japanese. Right now, no one cared whether others could understand her or not. She had witnessed her father being slapped down the cliff of one sword peak by Fang Yan's palm. The cliff was so high that she and the woman who kidnapped her had to climb it for half an hour, and they had to start climbing from the middle of the mountain. If her father fell down like that, wouldn't he die? She was heartbroken. Tears flowed out of her eyes as she rushed toward the spot where Chiba Hajime had fallen. Phoenix grabbed her arm and shouted, "Stop! You are now my captive. Whether you live or die is up to me, let me go." Chiba Kaori struggled with all her might. Ever since she met Phoenix, their conversation had been very pleasant. Even when she was kidnapped, she still had a smile on her face. This was the first time she tried to break free from Phoenix's control. With a flick of her wrist, Chiba Kaori fell to the ground. I don't have tender feelings for the fairer sex, Phoenix said with a cold smile. Chiba Haomu had just opened his eyes when he happened to see his father's body falling down the cliff. His eyes were wide open. He couldn't imagine how his father had failed. He was the invincible Japanese sword god, the faith of Japanese samurai, and the totem of kendo. How could he have lost? He got up, ignoring the pain in his body, and rushed toward the cliff where his father had disappeared. Qing Yin had already stopped fighting with Fang Yingying. The moment he saw his master, Chiba Hajime, being beaten down the mountain by Fang Yen, he was dumbfounded. He knew how powerful Chiba Hajime was. He also knew how powerful Fang Yen was. Fang Yen, that bastard, did he use Sha Dan again? Fang Yingying was also dumbfounded. He was really dumbfounded. He didn't expect Junior Martial Uncle to win. How did Junior Martial Uncle win? Logically speaking, Junior Martial Uncle should not be able to defeat the Chiba army. This kind of thing did not make sense at all. In the beginning, Junior Martial Uncle had offended so many masters with his vicious tongue. Should he and Fang Haohan run away tomorrow or not? Because he was thinking about this problem, he forgot to take the opportunity to deal a harsh blow to Qing Yin. Therefore, it could be proven that he was truly a fool. Qing Yin only snapped out of his daze when he saw Qianye Hao crawling up from the ground and about to jump off the cliff. Using his full speed, he grabbed Qianye Hao, who was about to fall from the sky, and pulled him back. Before Qianye Hao could resist, he slapped the back of his neck, and Qianye Hao fainted again without a sound. They cooperated very well. To be honest, Fang Yen was also a little surprised. He knew that he was going to face a tough battle, and he had indeed been on the verge of death countless times. However, the sudden appearance of this state and the mutated Taiji heart made him completely unable to control it. In other words, he didn't even know if such a state would appear again in the future. Of course, even though he was confused, he still had to grasp the key point at the crucial moment. He knew what he should do and what he shouldn't do. What he should do was not to stand there in a daze, but to jump off the cliff with Qianye Hao. Fang Yen also jumped off. Phoenix said to Qianye Hao, who was still trying to crawl up from the ground, "Don't worry, your Mr. Fang jumped down to save your father." Qianye Hao looked over in surprise, and indeed, she saw her Mr. Fang jumping off the cliff. However, she didn't notice that when Phoenix said that, there was a trace of pity in her eyes. Not much, just a trace. Qianye Hao's falling speed was not fast, and he was still thinking about using his body's strength to control the inertia of the falling object. In this aspect, he did very well. He moved his feet and released his energy, using it to increase his buoyancy. If he wore the wide-sleeved robe that had not been blown up, he would look like those immortals who flew in the wind in the valley. This action was really cool. Fang Yen fell very fast, because he needed to be fast. Qianye Hao was sent flying by Fang Yan's palm, which was a passive acceptance. As long as it was something that was passively accepted, everyone would be reluctant to do it. Qianye Hao didn't want to fall to the bottom of the valley, so he wanted to use his personal cultivation strength and the saplings and vines on the cliff to jump back to the top of the mountain. As long as he was given a small leverage point, he could soar to the sky again. He stood in front of Fang Yen again. He still wanted to fight, and he didn't want to admit defeat. Fang Yen thought the same. He also wanted to fight, and he didn't think that Qianye Hao had lost. As long as he was alive, he wouldn't lose. It wasn't easy for him to defeat him. If he didn't take the opportunity to kill him, what if he challenged him again after he recovered? What if he shamelessly challenged Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan? What if he challenged Yi Gentle, that wild woman? Fight! Keep fighting. I won't stop until I kill him. The matter was in free fall, and Fang Yen himself used the 1,000 caddies fall in this movement. Fang Yan's body fell at a high speed, like a big cannonball shot by someone from the top of the mountain. He landed on the top of Qianye Hao's head and kicked at the top of his skull. If this kick landed, Qianye Hao's head would be stomped into his stomach. Qianye Hao waved his arm, and his body moved inward by 10 feet. It was only because of this subtle balance that Fang Yan's heavy body fell below him. Qianye Hao laughed wildly and shouted, "You came at the right time. I was worried that there was no one to accompany me on the long mountain road. It's too lonely to be alone." As he spoke, he had already kicked 32 times at Fang Yan's head, face, and spine. He exerted his strength very well. Even though he was doing gravitational movements, he still managed to keep his body above Fang Yan's head. Fang Yan kept using his hands to parry, and it was very difficult for him to avoid Qianye Hao's killing moves. Crack! An extended sapling was knocked down by Fang Yan's body. It was at the moment when his back touched the sapling that Fang Yan's body had already sensed it. He straightened his body and rushed up again with the force of the collision. This was the realm of masters. As long as they were given a drop of water, they could turn it into a whole ocean. As long as they were still breathing, they might have the opportunity to kill your whole family. Fang Yan punched out with a single fist, just like Ultraman's cold and aloof appearance when he was summoned. The difference was that one was charging from the sky to the ground, while the other was charging from midair to the sky. Qianye Hao's right foot straightened and stabbed toward Fang Yan's fist like a sharp sword. He wanted to cut off Fang Yan's fist and split his whole body in half from top to bottom. Don't be fooled by the fact that he was only using one leg. That leg was his invincible sword. Boom! Fang Yan threw out a punch and forcefully hit the tip of the foot that Fang Yan had stretched out. Qianye Hao's foot shrank, and the shoe on his foot suddenly disappeared. Before he could fully display his sword energy, Fang Yan had already hit him with all his strength. Qianye Hao's body also rose, but he was hit by Fang Yan. He stretched out his hand, and a handful of leaves fell into his palm. With a flick of his finger, a leaf silently pierced toward the center of Fang Yan's eyebrows. Flying flowers and leaves could hurt people. This was the strength of Qianye Hao. It was the same principle as when Fang Yan penetrated the paper with his internal force and disfigured the willow tree. Fang Yan punched out and sent the leaf flying. Qianye Hao flicked out 2 more leaves in a row. After they were sent flying by Fang Yan, the leaves suddenly rained down on Fang Yan. In the hands of Qianye Hao, each leaf was a small sword. He used these countless small swords to form a sword formation and covered the top of Fang Yan's head. People had very little space to move in the air. The way up was blocked by the sword formation. If he dived down, he would be chased by these Yi Jian, which had been penetrated by the fierce energy. Even if Fang Yan fell to the bottom, these Yi Jian would not necessarily lose all their aggressiveness and would still cause fatal damage to Fang Yan. This was Qianye Hao, the Japanese sword god who could not be underestimated at any time. Fang Yan was really angry. He knew it. He knew that this old guy was not a good guy. You have already failed and been thrown off the cliff. Do you still want to be so powerful? Do you still want to create so much trouble for people? It was so late now, and the audience was tired of watching. The ultimate move should have been used up. Can't you just obediently let me kill you? Do you have any professional ethics? Do you have any competitive spirit? What kind of match would go on and on like this? Fang Yan felt that he had to use his ultimate move and secret weapon. This old guy's spirit of resistance was too strong. He suddenly exerted force, and the pants on his lower body were shaken off by him. Hiss! When the pants flew off his body, there was a loud sound of cloth ripping. He grabbed the pants that could only be called cloth that was about to be blown away by the mountain wind and waved it at the small leaf sword that was coming toward his head. Clap, 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 the pants that were penetrated by true qi and the leaves that were penetrated by sword qi collided with each other, making continuous sounds. If you were lucky enough to see this scene from a distance, you would be surprised to see a naked guy grabbing something and attacking another guy with his upper body bare. The naked guy ran fast, and the naked guy chased even faster. Their fight looked very fierce and ambiguous. If they were not in love, they would never do such a thing. When Fang Yan pulled up his pants and slapped all the Yi Jian away, he also felt a little sad. Damn it, I didn't shake it well just now, and my underwear was also shaken off. Chapter 276. Everything on TV was a lie. This was Fang Yan's profound experience. In the past, when he watched TV, once the hero transformed into Super Saiyan, he would clench his fists and shout, and with a strong shake of his body, his coat and pants would fly off. Only a pair of sexy and delicate boxer briefs were left on his body. In fact, that was not the case at all. Think about it, when you used your strength to shake off your pants, didn't you first tear your underwear? If the underwear didn't tear, how could your body's ki blow up the clothes outside the underwear? I've only heard of hitting a cow across a mountain, but I've never heard of hitting long pants with underwear, right? So, you can shake off your coat, but it's very unrealistic to want to shake off your pants and keep your underwear. It was also Fang Yan's first time doing this kind of thing, and he didn't have much experience, so the price he paid was heavy. Originally, the audience on the viewing platform couldn't see the battle on the top of the mountain. Even if they used binoculars, they could only occasionally see one or two figures. When Fang Yan and Chiba Hiroto were fighting, they wouldn't deliberately run to the edge of the cliff to let them see a few more glances. How could a guy who didn't buy a ticket enjoy such VIP benefits? However, Fang Yan and Chiba Hiroto were fighting naked on the edge of the mountain, which was a feast for the eyes of the guys who were anxiously watching with binoculars. A fatso with a cigarette in his mouth widened his eyes, raised his binoculars and said, "Damn, the fight is 2F** king intense, even their clothes are off." The senior Fujoshi next to him snatched away the binoculars of Fatso's boyfriend, raised it to look at the valley, and her whole body began to tremble with excitement. They really beat their clothes off, they really beat their clothes off. The one in the back took off his pants, and I can see his butt, his figure is not bad. Do you think the two of them are having an affair? The love between the God of Swords and the Grandmaster of Tai Chi, just thinking about it makes me so excited. There were even more direct women who waved their fists and shouted, "Together, together, together." Many years later, when Fang Yingying told his son about the battle between the king of Taiji, Fang Yan, and the Japanese sword god, Chiba Hashirama, he would still describe it in a heavy and hoarse voice. "It was a tough fight. Your grandmaster's clothes were all gone." But, when you say this, can you not look so wretched and smile so lewdly? You'll give the kids bad associations, okay? Otherwise, why would your fat son anxiously ask whether Grandmaster and that Japanese sword god lived happily ever after you finished telling the story? Your son has become like this, and as a father, you have to take full responsibility, okay? Of course, Fang Yan didn't have the time to think about how much trouble exposing his butt would bring to his life. He was working hard, strenuously, fiercely, and relentlessly attacking the Thousand Leaves military department. Bang! Chiba Hashirama's body rose rapidly, and he jumped high to the top of the mountain with the help of a protruding boulder. Fang Yan also jumped high into the sky in a super cool posture. When he saw Yi Wen, Phoenix Chiba Sun, and countless people in the dark staring at his lower body, he couldn't help but lower his head. Damn, it's so embarrassing. There's a reaction. Fang Yan consecutively used dozens of thousand gene weight on himself, adding up to several tens of thousands of gene. Only then did he manage to press his body down with lightning speed. So, in the eyes of the people on the mountain top, this was the scene. The naked Fang Yan jumped up from the valley like a monkey, and the naked Fang Yan jumped down like a monkey. Fang Yingying looked up at the starry sky, sighed softly and said, "Junior Marshal Uncle doesn't like women. Is the Fang family going to have no descendants?" Fang Haohan covered his butt nervously and said, "Junior Marshal Uncle peeped on me bathing. Junior Marshal Uncle took me to Shihizi Reservoir to catch crayfish, and he tricked me into taking off all my clothes. I was still young at that time, and I didn't have any awareness of defense." Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan looked at each other, and they saw despair and sadness in each other's eyes. Their virginity had long been tarnished, and they could no longer be pure and beautiful men. When Fang Yen jumped up again, he had a skirt around his waist. It was the pants he used to swing the leaf sword, and he had an idea to change it into this. Of course, because he used too much force when he took off his pants, his clothes were already torn to pieces, so his skirt looked like a tattered tassel skirt, full of passion and exotic charm. When Fang Yen punched Chiba Hiroshi, his skirt would be lifted up high, revealing his sexy and plump buttocks. When Fang Yen quickly rushed towards Chiba Hiroshi, his skirt would be blown up by the wind, revealing his sexy and straight black hairy thighs. When Fang Yen kicked Chiba Hiroshi, his skirt would also be lifted up by the whistling night wind, revealing, holy shit, he still has a reaction. Every attack represented another exposure. This scene was so beautiful that many people didn't dare to look at it for too long. Of course, Fang Yan's sacrifice was also effective. Boom! He punched Chiba Hiroshi and sent him flying. Pa! He slapped Chiba Hiroshi until he vomited blood. Dong! He was kicked in the crotch by Chiba Hiroshi. Fang Yen sucked in a breath of cold air in pain. This old man had planned for so long just for this attack, right? When Chiba Hiroshi was once again knocked to the ground by Fang Yen and his body hit the big stone, he completely lost the interest and motivation to fight. He leaned against the rock and looked at Fang Yen, who was standing in front of him, and said, "You have won this battle." "I know." Fang Yen nodded and said, "Can you stand up and let's fight for a while?" 10 minutes. 5 minutes is fine. How about 3 minutes? Believe me, I'm very fast. Come, let me help you up. Chiba Hiroshi looked at Fang Yen with a puzzled look and said, "You have already won. I admit defeat in public, and your name will spread to Huaxia, Japan, and even the entire Asian martial arts world. Why do you still want to fight?" Fang Yen was very angry and said, "I don't want to fight, but can I not fight? If you lie here and don't move, how can I slap you to death? Get up and let's fight again. You pretend to punch me, and then I will smash your head with one punch." Chiba Hiroshi smiled silently and said, "You want to kill me? Isn't that obvious?" Fang Yen scolded. "You see that I'm young, promising, and knowledgeable, so you want to kill me to get rid of a terrifying and dangerous opponent for the Japanese. You have lived for so many years, eaten and drank, and played with everything you want. Not counting the illegitimate children, you even have 2 children. Can't you let me kill you with one slap? You're better than me at this point." Chiba Hiroshi said. "I wanted to kill you, and I showed my murderous intent from the beginning. You wanted to kill me, and you only showed a little bit of murderous intent now. *T murderous intent. I just wanted to save my life from the beginning, okay? I only wanted to defeat you after I saved my life, okay? I only wanted to kill you after I defeated you, okay? You wanted to kill me from the beginning, but I went through a complicated mental journey and emotional change. You won't understand even if I tell you. Anyway, you have to stand up immediately and let me slap you to death." Chiba Hiroshi laughed wildly. He laughed until his voice was hoarse, and he couldn't breathe. He clutched his chest and coughed violently, and bright red blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. His internal organs had been injured by Fang Yen, and his body was severely damaged. Just now, when Fang Yen knocked him out of the canyon, he had already lost his fighting spirit. The reason why he still fought with Fang Yen for so long was that he was unwilling to accept defeat. He couldn't accept it. He couldn't accept being defeated by a young man from Huaxia. In other words, his road to conquering Huaxia had ended here. But as soon as he took a step forward, his foot was chopped off. Such an encounter made people feel extremely sad and sad. "I understand. I understand." Chiba Hiroshi laughed until tears came out of his eyes. He looked at Fang Yen and said, "You are really an interesting person. Only such a person can understand the real martial arts. Martial arts is the human nature. As long as people live with spirit, they can reach the peak of martial arts. Until now, I didn't understand. I didn't know what my biggest flaw was. I focused on comprehending the sword and didn't care about the world, but it also meant that I closed the door to myself and the world. Only by entering the world can I understand the world. Only by understanding the world can I feel the 7 emotions and 6 desires of the sword. My emotions are not lacking in ruthlessness or lightness, but they lack a sense of humanity. I didn't lose unjustly, I didn't lose unjustly. The old guy lay there and talked for a long time. Fang Yen was not willing to listen to him anymore. He stood in front of Chiba Hiroshi with his hands on his waist and bare upper body and thighs. He said impatiently, "Are you going to get up or not? Don't think that I can't kill you because you are like this. I am a cruel and merciless guy. If you don't believe me, you can ask around. Children can stop crying at night just by mentioning my name." Whoosh! Chiba Hiroshi flicked his finger, and a small stone flew toward Fang Yan's crotch. Crack! With the sound of cloth ripping, the small cloth skirt around Fang Huohuo's waist came off and was blown away by the wind. Fang Yan stood where he was for a few seconds, and then he grinned. "You started it this time." Fang Yan dashed forward with his bare buttocks. He punched and kicked Chiba Shinobu, who was lying on the ground. Cloud-piercing palm, cloud-collapsing fist, monkey-plucking peach, black tiger gouging heart, beast somersault 360 degrees Tokyo Tower. Chapter 277. Some people say that happiness is not because you get too much, but because you care too little. Fang Yan had long wanted to drag the guy who said this out and beat him up. It was easy to say, but if someone took off your pants and exposed your butt in front of everyone, would you not care and pretend that nothing had happened? I hate it when people act cheap. Fang Yan felt someone patting his butt. Oh, it was the wind. Fang Yan felt someone pulling his arm. He turned around abruptly and saw Chiba Kaori standing timidly behind him. She was helpless and pitiful. She said, "Mr. Fang, please, don't beat my father anymore, okay?" Fang Yan felt a headache coming on. When men were fighting, women should not be watching at the scene, should they? He kicked Chiba Kaori and said, "Your father wanted to kill me, so it's natural for me to kill him now. Am I right?" "Yes." Chiba Kaori nodded. "But he has already lost. He has already admitted defeat to you. Mr. Fang, my father is a proud man like you, he would rather die than admit defeat. However, he admitted defeat to you. Can you let him go? Don't humiliate him like this anymore. Although he was defeated by you, please give him a little bit of a martial artist's dignity. All martial artists should be respected by others. Isn't that the case? You said in class that anyone who becomes the most powerful person in his own field and makes a special contribution should be respected by others, even if that person is a thief." Fang Yan could not help but nod and said, "You're right. I am indeed an iron-blooded man who would rather die than admit defeat. Otherwise, I wouldn't have accepted your father's challenge. I can see that your father is like me. No, he seems to have more backbone than me." Chiba Kaori was overjoyed and said, "Mr. Fang, you agree to let my father go?" "I'm going to kill him and let him have what he wants," Fang Yan said firmly. "I know what people like us really need." As he spoke, he slashed his saber at Chiba's neck. Thump! Chiba Sun threw herself onto her father and used her frail body to shield Fang Yan. She cried, "Mr. Fang, I beg you, let him go. He's just a pitiful old man who failed. He can't go back. He'll only be criticized and mocked by countless people when he returns. He has nothing left. He can't die because he's the husband of a woman and the father of 2 children. Mr. Fang, I know you're a kind-hearted man. You've never taken the initiative to hurt anyone. You've always been passively accepting challenges from others. You're refined, knowledgeable, and have a strong patriotism. In fact, you and my father are the same kind of person." Chiba Sun turned to look at Fang Yan and begged, "Mr. Fang, please have pity on this old man. Have pity on his daughter. Let him go, please." Chiba Hyunbu's face was swollen and he was covered in blood. He didn't look like the god of swords anymore. However, he still maintained a calm and peaceful attitude. He reached out to stroke his daughter's hair and said with a smile, "Chiba-sun, thank you for everything you've done for me. This is the first time you've seen me fight with someone, and I've lost. As your father, I feel so ashamed." "No, father, you're not ashamed." "Not at all," Chiba-sun said as she hugged Chiba Hyunbu. "In my heart, you're not only the Japanese god of swords, but also my idol. As a father, I know you're the best father in the world. You've never criticized me or forced me to do anything. You've given me all your gentleness and love. It's the happiest thing in my life to be your daughter." "Silly child, it's because you're my daughter," Chiba Hyunbu said with a smile. He twitched the corner of his mouth, and a large pool of blood flowed out. Fang Yan watched the scene quietly. He really couldn't bring himself to do it. Just as Chiba-sun said, to the former Japanese god of swords, Chiba Hyunbu, begging for mercy was more difficult than dying in battle. He gave up on the competition and lay there, allowing people to beat and scold him. In fact, he was already prepared to die. Otherwise, he wouldn't have thrown that pebble at Fang Yan's fringed underwear. It was reasonable for Fang Yan to beat him to death for such a provocation. Even the old guys who were watching from the sidelines wouldn't say anything because it was natural for martial artists to fight back when they were attacked. However, Chiba-sun begged for mercy on his father's behalf, which made him feel worse than slapping Chiba Hyunbu dozens of times in public. It was a great humiliation for the Japanese god of swords to rely on his daughter to save his life. However, even so, he didn't reprimand Chiba-sun or thank her for what she did. He only regretted that he couldn't win the competition in front of his daughter. He was the sword god of success, and he was also success's father. Seeing that Fang Yan wasn't willing to agree, Chiba Hyunbu knelt in front of Fang Yan and hugged his calf. "Mr. Fang, please let him go this time, okay? I'll agree to any condition you want. I know you're angry, and I know you're angry. Please take it out on me. I'm his daughter, and I'm willing to take all the revenge for him." Fang Yan looked at Chiba-sun and asked, "If I was defeated by your father, would you plead for me?" "Yes," Chiba-sun answered without hesitation. "I was kidnapped by a sister on my way here. She said that if you're in danger, I won't be able to keep my life. I'm happy to hear that, and I'm happy to be kidnapped by her." Seeing Phoenix walking over, Fang Yan knew that she wasn't lying. He looked at Chiba Hyunbu, who was lying on the ground, and said, "If I fail and plead for you, would you let me go?" "You know the answer," Chiba Hyunbu said. "Why do you need to ask others?" "Yes. I know the answer," Fang Yan said. "I know you won't let me go. You'll definitely swing your sword and kill me. You see, this kind of thing is really difficult. If I let you go, it won't be fair to me. If I kill you, it'll seem like I'm heartless. Why don't you kill yourself?" Chiba Hyunbu laughed and said, "I won't kill myself." How shameless. Fang Yan was so angry that he was about to stomp his feet. Bullsh *T Japanese god of swords. He's completely shameless. How could someone like him become a grandmaster? He couldn't imagine how he would be worshipped by countless people in the future. Slap. Fang Yan's butt was slapped by someone. Phoenix stood behind him and said, "Are you an exhibitionist? How long are you going to stand here with your butt bare? Those seniors in the dark are here to watch you fight with the Japanese god of swords, not to see you show off your body. I'm not doing it for them to see," Fang Yan said embarrassedly. "I'm mainly doing it for you, Fang Yingying." Fang Yingying responded and trotted to Fang Yan. "Junior martial uncle, I knew you would win. Find me my clothes." Fang Yan interrupted his flattery and said. On the eve of the battle, he took off a black robe. Fang Yingying turned around and ran. He really did find the black robe that was still intact. "Give me the clothes." Phoenix reached out to take it. "Give me the clothes." An even colder voice came from behind. Fang Yingxiong looked at Phoenix, who was in front of him, and then at Yi Ro, who was walking over from behind. His fat face turned bitter, and he said awkwardly, "Both of you want it. Who should I give it to?" "Give it to me." Phoenix and Yi Ro shouted at the same time. Phoenix saw Yi Ro, and Yi Ro naturally saw Phoenix. The two women's eyes met, and there was a fierce electric current between them. They were old acquaintances, but they didn't have a good relationship. In terms of feelings, Fang Yan and Phoenix had a better relationship. Because every time Fang Yan was beaten like a dog by Yi Ro, he would run to Phoenix for comfort. Fang Yingying looked at Fang Yan for help, but Fang Yan pretended not to see it. He stared at Chiba and said, "Brother, do me a favor and stab yourself, okay? Who doesn't encounter difficulties in the martial arts world? Next time you are in trouble, I can help you." Fang Yingying threw the clothes into the air and shouted, "Whoever grabs it gets it." Slap. Fang Yingxiong was kicked in the face. The kick made him dizzy and confused. He felt like he was about to fall to the ground. Bang! He was kicked in the stomach, and his body rolled on the ground like a ball. Phoenix sneered and said, "I told you to give it to me, so give it to me. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Don't play tricks with me. You're courting death," Yi Ro said in an unfriendly tone. Fang Haohan was so scared that he trembled all over. He wanted to hide his tall body in the crack of the stone. The black robe fell to the ground, but Phoenix and Yi Ro were unwilling to bend down to pick it up. How could such a cold woman do such a thing? Fang Yan looked at Phoenix and Yi Ro, sighed and shouted, "Fang Haohan." No one answered. Fang Haohan lay next to Fang Yingying, pretending to be dead. His face was still smeared with the blood he borrowed from Fang Yingying's face. Fang Yan looked at Phoenix and Yi Ro and said, "Can you help me pick up the clothes?" Neither Phoenix nor Yi Ro answered. Chiba Kaori looked up at Fang Yan, then at Phoenix and Yi Ro. She hurried to pick up the black robe on the ground and brought it to Fang Yan. Fang Yan covered himself with the black robe and fastened the belt. He immediately felt a sense of security. Standing naked in front of so many people, he was really a little uncomfortable. Fang Yan looked down at Chiba Kaori and said, "What should I do with you?" Chiba Kaori's eyes were suddenly filled with anger. He jumped up and threw himself at Fang Yan. Fang Yan punched and sent Chiba Kaori flying. At the same time, a row of people in black who could fly suddenly appeared in the sky above the valley. They raised their biological guns and shot at Fang Yan. Boom! A large crater appeared where Fang Yan had been standing. Chapter 278. The attack was too sudden, and the enemy's weapons were too powerful. They wore flight suits and floated in the air, appearing in the sky above the Grand Canyon. They were silent, and it was impossible to guard against them. What was more frightening was their weapons, which looked like small submachine guns. A silver light bullet was shot towards Fang Yan. When the light bullet hit the hard rock, it actually smashed a huge hole in the rock. If someone were to stand there, they would probably shatter into pieces just like those stones. Not even their dregs could be found. These people came and went like ghosts. They were equipped with advanced equipment, and they used a killer move as soon as they appeared. This made Fang Yan extremely angry, because from the weapons they used and the way they did things, he could determine the enemy's identity, the military armory. Only the military armory could do something like this. Were these bastards going to fight to the death with him? I eliminated evil for the people, won glory for the country, and look so cute. What right do you have to do this to me? Before Fang Yan could roar in anger, the second shell flew towards him. Fang Yan quickly rolled and ran forward with all his might. Because the area of effect of the bomb was too large, and after the explosion, there would be green corrosive substances splashing everywhere. If he ran a little slower, it might blow off a leg and tear off a piece of skin. Fang Yan had just experienced a fierce battle. He was exhausted and seriously injured. He really couldn't take such a heavy injury. Most importantly, these people who used Sha Dan were not stupid at all. On the contrary, they were quite smart. More than a dozen people in black lined up in the sky, each holding a black submachine gun and shooting towards the top of One Sword Peak. They cooperated well, and the shooting frequency was also carefully planned. If the top of One Sword Peak was described as a large square array, then 2 black-clothed men would shoot the silver bullets at the first square, and then the other 2 black-clothed men would shoot the silver bullets at the second square. The third and fourth groups would do the same. Each square was the maximum explosion range of the bomb. When the first group finished shooting, the second group would take over, the third group would be responsible for reloading, the fourth group would shoot without mistakes, and the fifth group would shoot accurately. Their artillery fire blocked the entire One Sword Peak. Not even a mouse could escape. This was an extermination operation to make Fang Yan and everyone on One Sword Peak stay. Boom boom boom, the sounds of explosions rang out incessantly. After a round of artillery fire, the summit of the One Sword Peak was blasted into countless craters. It was like the surface of the moon photographed by a satellite. When the first shell was about to hit the ground, Fang Yan sent Chiba Hajime flying. Chiba Hajime was quickly carried away by Phoenix. This bandit was quite attentive to his hostage. It had always been the gangsters who let the hostages die for them. This was the first time he had seen a gangster risk his life to save a hostage. The two of them had run into the shadows, but it wasn't safe there either. Yi Gentle picked up the stone and threw it at the black figure in the sky. If it was someone else, it wouldn't be a big deal if they smashed it. Trying to use a small stone to shoot down an expert with an aircraft in the air was undoubtedly a dream. However, if the person who threw the stone was Yi Ro, the situation would be different. Yi Ro attacked with hatred. Her strength was astonishing. In her hands, a stone thrown out was no different from a shell shot by the men in black with a submachine gun. It was just that there were no explosions or special effects. Because she was too fast and the stone was flying too fast, no one could hear the sound of the stone flying until it reached the target. Bang! The stone hit the black-clothed man's body. The man screamed and died tragically. There was a big hole in his chest, which was wearing a special bulletproof vest, and the bones in his chest were all broken. The submachine gun in the hands of the man in black stopped firing. His body was carried by the aircraft and drifted in the sky like a ghost without a master. Everyone, disperse and be careful. Seeing that one of his team members was killed by a stone, the captain of the flight team warned in a low voice and gave the order. The black-clothed men immediately broke up their formation and headed towards the summit of One Sword Peak in pairs. With another round of artillery fire, they would be able to blast the entire One Sword Peak into a wasteland. After Yi Ro threw the first stone, she didn't wait for its final result. When the man in black screamed before he died, she had already picked up 2 more stones and threw them at the other 2 men in black in the air. Burst fire. Bang! Only one sound was made, but 2 people were hit at the same time. One's head was smashed by the stone, and blood splattered everywhere. The other one was even more unlucky. His armory was hit by the stone. Boom, the body of the man in black exploded in the air. Countless pieces of flesh and blood flew in the air. The captain of the flight team quickly dodged, but his back was still hit by something. His back was the flight bag of the aircraft, so it helped him block some of the attacks. However, this still made the captain furious. He shouted, "Kill them all, kill them all." As he spoke, he held the submachine gun and fired at Yi Ro's position. He saw how powerful Yi Ro was and knew that she was the culprit who caused them to lose 3 of their fighters. In the blink of an eye, they lost 3 trained pilots. This made him feel like his heart was bleeding. He only had these few good seeds, so he couldn't give them up so easily. Otherwise, his position as the captain would be over, and he would be dead when he returned. Hearing the captain's angry roar, the other team members desperately rushed to the top of the mountain. Idiot! Every time a team member died, a red star would be destroyed on their silver shield. This was just the beginning, and they had already destroyed 3 red stars. This meant that 3 of their team members had left the team forever. They were both angry and afraid. No one wanted to be the next unlucky person. If they didn't want to be killed, they could only kill. If they ruthlessly killed the other party and completed the mission as quickly as before, they would be safe. Rumble, rumble, gunfire rained down, and the rumbling sound was endless. On the viewing platform, the audience who didn't know what was going on looked at the top of the mountain in confusion and said, "What's going on? Why do I hear thunder?" It's not thunder, it's Tai Chi Master Fang Yan and the Japanese sword god sparring. They are using their ultimate moves at the same time. One is using the Tai Chi turtle wave technique, the other is using the Japanese ninja technique. There's someone in the sky, look, there's someone in the sky, Laojun Pavilion. Jiang Zhulu raised his binoculars and looked, and his expression became ferocious. He looked at Lu Qingming and Lan Shanggu who were sitting in front of him and said, "Brothers, looks like we have to leave first." "What's going on?" Lan Shanggu took Jiang Zhulio's binoculars and looked, then said, "Someone wants to kill us all. Don't tell me they want to put shit on us 3 brothers. What a good move." Jiang Zhulu smiled and said, "Those people are so ruthless, we can't stay and clean up their mess." Lu Qingming also took the binoculars. This was the first time he looked at the top of the mountain with binoculars. After a few glances, he said, "Who are those people? They're so ruthless, they didn't just want to kill Fang Yan, right? But, since it's like this, it's probably too late for us to leave now, right? Who knew this would happen?" Lan Shanggu smiled bitterly. "If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have come." Jiang Zhulu looked at Lan Shanggu with a smile and said, "Brother Shanggu, if Fang Yan really couldn't go back today, wouldn't it be easier for you to do business? Lu Chaoga isn't an easy person to negotiate with." Lan Shanggu shook his head and said, "If Fang Yan died, Lu Chaoga would be a toothless tiger. Other than having a fierce temper, what's the difference between him and a big cat?" Jiang Zhulu smiled and said. Lan Shanggu looked at Jiang Zhulu and said, "Even if Fang Yan can't go back tonight, isn't there an even bigger tiger standing behind Lu Chaoga? That tiger is a real tiger. That tiger is too far away from us. Unless Lu Chaoga moves his company to Beijing, as long as he stays in Huacheng, he can forget about leaving us brothers to get rich. This is the rule, no one can come." Jiang Zhulu, Lu Qingming, and Lan Shanggu looked at each other and laughed. A new alliance of benefits was formed. At the very least, at this moment, everyone present seemed sincere enough. If something happened to Fang Yan, Jiang Zhulu, Lan Shanggu, and Lu Qingming would all be suspects. If Fang Yan were to die, it would be the end of everything. Other than Fang Yan himself, no one else would come to seek justice for the group of dead people on the mountaintop. However, if Fang Yan didn't die, then things would be even worse. Who would Fang Yan suspect? They wanted to leave, but they couldn't. If they left in a hurry, wouldn't it make people suspect that they had a guilty conscience? Smart people like to complicate things, so what they had to do was to simplify things as much as possible. Jiang Zhulu clicked his tongue and said with some pity, "This fireworks show is even more exciting than the battle just now. It's a pity that there's no wine to accompany the meal." What a pity. Jiang Zhulu had already finished all the wine he brought, and the show was over. It was time to leave, but he didn't think that there would be another competition now. Clearly, he wasn't satisfied. Lu Qingming thoughtfully looked at the sky above his head and said, 9 out of 10 things don't go as one wishes. Who can be perfect? I always feel that we have enough. If we are too greedy, we will be punished by heaven. Look, isn't there a perfect example above us? Chapter 279. The top of one sword peak became hell on earth. After numerous rounds of indiscriminate gunfire, as well as the green liquid splashing all over the place, there wasn't a single place left intact on the mountain top. Rocks were broken, trees were burnt, weeds were blackened, insects and birds were all dead. From above, there weren't any signs of life at all. Some of the dried wood was being burned, letting out crackling noises. This was the only sound at the top of One Sword Peak. "Captain, are they all dead?" a team member asked through their helmet communicator. They originally only wanted to kill Fang Yan alone, but his resistance was so intense that they were afraid of being crushed to death by the rocks, so they madly fired at the top of One Sword Peak until they emptied all their weapons. They had lost their minds just now. According to their training, they weren't allowed to use up any more weapons after killing their target. They were supposed to keep at least 20% of their weapons for emergencies. This was the first time they'd ever done something like flattening an entire mountain in one go. Who told them to face a bunch of freaks that could fly around and shoot down airplanes with rocks? It should be, the captain cautiously scanned his surroundings, then finally made his decision and said, "They're all dead." The captain gestured with his hand and ordered, "Retreat." The team members received their orders and prepared to dive down. At this point, something unexpected happened. A rock whistled towards the back of a black-clothed pilot. The pilot was shocked and raised his shield to block it. Clang! With a dull thud, the black-clothed pilot and his shield were both sent flying by the rock. It wasn't until he flipped a few times in the air that he screamed in pain and fell down into the abyss. "Hurry up and retreat," the captain issued an emergency order. "There's clearly no one here, so why are there still rocks flying towards them?" Following that, a catastrophic scene unfolded. Dozens of rocks were flying towards them. Not just rocks, but also knives, iron lotus seeds, leaves, iron thorns, all sorts of strange objects were flying towards them. "Wait a minute, what's with that string of prayer beads?" "Captain, my aircraft was damaged. Retreat, there's a lot of them. I need to replenish my weapons. The team members screamed out in pain. There were constantly members who were shot down or killed by the flying objects. They had no weapons to fight back. They wanted to escape, but the stones and hidden weapons followed them. The captain opened his mouth and was about to issue a new order when he suddenly found a rope around his neck. Panicking, he piloted the aircraft and prepared to escape. As soon as the aircraft flew over the canyon, a woman in black jumped up with a whoosh. She stepped on her shoulders like a heroine who was riding a flying beast to fight with humans. Yuen's short hair danced in the wind. She tied the whip around the captain's neck, and with a slight lift of the whip, the captain had to change direction according to her wishes. The captain felt extremely humiliated, but the rope was so tight that he couldn't breathe, let alone make a forceful counterattack. He took off his leather gloves and quietly reached into his pocket. There was still the last silver bullet. The reason why he kept it was to use it to perish together with the enemy. Now, it really came in handy. His arm went numb, and the silver bullet was in the hands of that hateful woman. Yuen squatted on the aircraft behind the captain, holding the silver bullet, and asked, "As long as you press this red button, the bomb will explode. Is that right?" The captain's eyes were filled with fear, but he was unwilling to answer Yuen. Yuen took off the captain's helmet and said, "Let's do an experiment." She pressed the red button and stuffed the silver bullet into the captain's mouth. The rope around his neck disappeared, and the captain felt a lot more relaxed. Even his breathing became normal. He suddenly felt a little hot in his mouth, as if his mouth was getting bigger and bigger. Isn't that my chin?" Boom, the silver bullet exploded in the captain's mouth. The exploded body and the aircraft he was carrying turned into pieces. The entire flying team was annihilated. Some people weren't weak, but they were unlucky. They allowed Fang Yan to fight to the death with the Japanese sword god, Chiba Toyotomi. If Chiba Toyotomi killed Fang Yan, they would retreat quietly as if they had never appeared. If Chiba was injured by Fang Yan or both sides were injured, they would kill and annihilate them when they were at their weakest and most fatigued. What other heaven-defying things could these two patients do? With the help of the most advanced aircraft, they were equipped with the most lethal firearms. With a round of artillery bombardment, even a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal would be smashed into pieces by them. However, they didn't expect that because of the duel between Fang Yan and Chiba, some Lingnan masters and hermits who cultivated nearby all came to watch. There were so many masters on Solitary Sword Peak that it was enough to hold a martial arts circle convention. They used submachine guns to kill Fang Yan, which was equivalent to killing all those masters at the same time. These masters were more arrogant and unruly than the other. How could they be willing to be bullied for no reason? It was only natural for them to fight back when they got the chance. Therefore, the people in the arsenal and the people behind them didn't expect that they would offend such a group of lunatics and get such a miserable result. God will take care of those who are despicable, Fang Yan thought happily in his heart. If they weren't so despicable, they could still be good friends. At this time, all kinds of strange people crawled out from all kinds of unexpected places. There was a bald monk, a Taoist priest in a layman's robe, a one-eared fatso, a handsome middle-aged man in a black robe, and a charming girl. Yi Gentle was fine, and so were Phoenix and Chiba Sun. Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan also crawled out from the corner, but they looked too disheveled. Of course, there were so many masters present that all looked disheveled. Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan trotted over and asked with concern, "Junior Martial Uncle, are you okay?" "I'm fine," Fang Yan said with a smile. "I didn't even have time to make a move before those guys were all killed," Fang Haohan said with a smile. "Hee, they brought this upon themselves. Good people like us will naturally be blessed by God and live a peaceful life," Fang Yingying said with a proud smile. Chiba Sun looked around for her father. Phoenix walked over and said, "These people had a good idea. Unfortunately, their luck wasn't that good. It's fine if they wanted to kill me, but they even bullied my idol seniors. This is too much," Fang Yan shouted with a face full of anger. "Arsenal, I will not live under the same sky as you guys. If I don't take revenge, I'm not a man." Phoenix glanced at Fang Yan and said, "All right, stop pretending to be angry. You're so happy that you can't even close your mouth, right? Didn't you shout out the name of the arsenal to let those old guys who were bullied hold a grudge against them? Now you've achieved your goal, haven't you?" Fang Yan secretly glanced around and whispered to Phoenix, "Don't tell anyone. That arsenal is too powerful, I can't deal with it alone. I have no reason not to do it if I can make a few enemies for them. Besides, they really want to kill everyone on the top of this mountain. I'm not lying. I won't say that. As for whether others will say it or not, I don't know. They have a strong sense of justice." Phoenix glanced at Yi Ro who was standing at the side and sneered. "I don't talk nonsense with people." Yi Ro looked at Phoenix's provocative eyes. "If I'm not satisfied with someone, I'll just beat them up. What made you so arrogant that you think you're invincible? More and more people are defeated by me. Others might be afraid of you, Yi Ro, but I'm not. You're the number one in Neijiang, aren't you just bragging? If you're not convinced, you can try. Anytime, I say," Fang Yan wanted to mediate. "Today is a big day, there's no need to be so contradictory, right?" "Shut up," Phoenix and Yi Ro shouted at the same time. Fang Yan looked up at the sky, a little helpless in his eyes. The bald monk spat at the sky, strode to Fang Yan, and shouted, "Fang family's boy, eat my fist. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be in such a sorry state. I've long been annoyed by you." The Taoist priest dressed in layman's clothes walked up to Fang Yan and bowed with one hand clasped in front of him, saying, "I'm Qing Yun, Layman Weed's good-for-nothing disciple. Congratulations to Layman Fang for winning the first battle and defeating the Japanese sword god. Qing Yun has benefited a lot from today's battle, so I want to set a date with Layman Fang so that I can learn your godly skill. I'm Kai Zhongheng, the king of gossip who questioned why the Japanese sword god didn't challenge you. I originally planned to challenge him after the Japanese defeated you, but since you're the big winner of this match, I can only challenge you. Do you think we should continue fighting today, or should we set a date for another duel?" Kai Zhongheng, get lost, I've already booked. Seeing a group of experts clamoring for a duel with Fang Yan, Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan's expressions were a little awkward, and they couldn't help but want to stand further away from Fang Yan. Fang Yan held his head and shouted, "Ouch, I'm a little dizzy, heroes, help me, I think I've lost too much blood, I'm a little anemic." Before Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan could escape, Fang Yan's body had already fallen into their arms. The two looked at each other, wanting to cry but having no tears. Chapter 280. When Fang Yan opened his eyes, he heard Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan chatting. Junior Martial Uncle is indeed Junior Martial Uncle. He's even so professional at pretending to be dead. I can't help but admire him. He was afraid that he would be surrounded by those experts he offended on One Sword Peak and take revenge, so he pretended to be dead and hasn't woken up yet. This was Fang Yingying's voice. That's right. If the two of us pretended to sleep for 1 or 2 hours at most, we'd be alive and kicking after everyone has left. How could we be like Junior Martial Uncle, who slept for 2 days and 2 nights and still isn't willing to wake up? Do you think Junior Martial Uncle really fainted at that time? I suspect that it was definitely fainting. This was Fang Haohan's voice. Fang Yan was shocked. He actually slept for 2 days. At that time, he just didn't want to accept the challenge from Gossip King Weed Hermit's disciple and the old monks group. Who would want to fight to the death with them for no reason? His occupation was a teacher, and his primary responsibility was to educate people. Fighting and killing was uncivilized. Isn't that obvious? I asked him if he had any problems before, and he said he was fine. Gossip King Weed Hermit's disciple fainted as soon as these people came to challenge him. It's obvious that he was acting. Fang Yingying said confidently. It's not like you don't know Junior Martial Uncle's temperament. It's not like he's only done this kind of thing once or twice. But Junior Martial Uncle's injuries are really serious, even Phoenix and Miss Yi said so. Tell me, does Phoenix like Junior Martial Uncle or not? These 2 days, she's been brewing medicine and wiping his body. She doesn't treat herself as an outsider at all. At that time on One Sword Peak, Miss Yi didn't want us to fight the Thousand Leaves army. She said that even if the Yi family's people were all dead, there's no need for us to die. Is there something we don't know? Yes, I've heard that too. Fang Yingying lowered his voice. I've been thinking about this sentence for the past 2 days. Say, could it be that Miss Yi is deeply in love with our Junior Martial Uncle and has already regarded herself as the Fang family's daughter-in-law? Impossible, right? Junior Martial Uncle was beaten black and blue every time he fought with Miss Yi. He couldn't get out of bed for more than half a month. What kind of daughter-in-law would beat her future husband like that? Fang Yingying thought about it seriously and said, it's not impossible. Think about it. Miss Ye's skills are so good, and she has violent tendencies. Whenever she has something to do, she'll definitely find someone to beat up. Take the inner world for example. How many people can be a match for Miss Yi? Apart from Junior Martial Uncle, who else could be worthy of her, a young disciple who could exchange blows with her and not be beaten to death by her? What was that sentence again? Flirting and scolding is love. Don't fight or scold. Maybe Miss Yi is in such a situation now. Fang Haohan sighed softly and said, does Miss Yi want a husband or a human punching bag? Junior Martial Uncle is so pitiful. Fang Yingying also sighed. Fang Yan listened and gritted his teeth. He asked fiercely, who are you saying is pitiful? Junior Martial Uncle is. Fang Yingying was about to answer Junior Martial Uncle is pitiful when he suddenly felt something was wrong. His fat face instantly changed color. With red eyes, he rushed to Fang Yan on the bed and said excitedly, Junior Martial Uncle is finally awake. That's great, that's really great. Junior Martial Uncle, do you know that you have been unconscious for 2 days? If you don't wake up, I don't know how to live. Fang Yan glanced at Fang Yingying with disdain and said, what do you mean by don't know how to live? Do you want to eat stewed noodles or lamb chop for your next meal? Junior Martial Uncle, you don't know. I haven't eaten much in the 2 days you were unconscious. Fang Haohan has no appetite like me. Look at how hungry he is. Fang Haohan nodded repeatedly. The skin on his cheeks was like bones. He looked really hungry. Fang Haohan won't be so hungry if he ate less glass shards. Fang Yan said snappily. Go get me a glass of water. Okay. Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan ran outside at the same time. Fang Yingying, stay. Fang Yan shouted. Fang Yingying's face was full of bitterness. When he turned around, his face was already full of smiles. He said, Junior Marshal Uncle, do you have something to ask me? What happened after I fainted? Fang Yan asked aloud. Junior Marshal Uncle really doesn't know. Seeing that Fang Yan was about to lose his temper again, Fang Yingying quickly said, Of course Junior Marshal Uncle doesn't know. Because Junior Marshal Uncle really fainted at that time, seeing you faint, those people naturally dispersed. That's it? Fang Yan asked curiously. Not yet. Fang Yingying said. Fang Yingying, I don't have much strength right now. If you wait for me to ask any more questions, the first thing I do when I get up will be to beat you into meat paste. Fang Yingying was shocked and quickly said, after Junior Marshal Uncle fainted, Qing Yun said goodbye and left. When he left, he said he would come back to fight with Junior Marshal Uncle in a month. That bald monk snatched the second place and said he would come back to fight with Junior Marshal Uncle 2 months later so that Junior Marshal Uncle could recuperate and not be slapped to death by him. Kai Zhongheng, the king of gossip, was ranked third. He said don't lose to Qing Yun and the bald monk. Otherwise, if he challenged you again, it would be a pity. Fang Yan's eyes were dull and said, I fainted, and they still didn't let me go. That's what I said at the time. Fang Yingying said. Seeing Fang Yan's eyes looking at him, Fang Yingying added, in the end, I was slapped on the head by that bald monk. I wasn't convinced. I originally wanted to fight him for 300 rounds. Stop bragging. You couldn't even last 3 rounds. Fang Yan said. Fang Yingying grinned and said, great minds think alike. When I saw that I couldn't beat him, I didn't take the initiative to hit him. Can someone like you be considered a hero? My name is Hero. Fang Haohan brought the water over. After drinking a large cup of warm water, Fang Yan felt much better. He asked Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan to help him up. Seeing the gauze wrapped around his chest, he knew it was the work of a girl. He said, this is from the phoenix bun. Yes. The phoenix cleaned your body, stitched your wounds, applied ointment for you. She also helped you shave and dig out your earwax. Where's Yi-Ro? Fang Yan asked. When Miss Yi came, the phoenix was cleaning your body, stitching your wounds, applying ointment, shaving your beard and digging out your earwax. She probably felt that she couldn't find anything to do, so she turned around and left. Fang Yan smiled bitterly and said, Why? Why what? Fang Yingying asked in confusion. What do you know? Fang Yan shouted angrily. Everything was done by the phoenix. What did you 2 idiots do? Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan looked at each other. Fang Haohan said bitterly, we're too stupid. That's why we can't do anything. We can only sit there and watch over Junior Marshal Uncle. No wonder people say that stupid people have stupid luck. However, some people are really stupid. Some people are just pretending to be stupid. Knock, knock, knock. Fang Yingying went forward and gently knocked on the door. Creak. The wooden door of the small courtyard was pulled open. Qing Yin saw Fang Yan, Fang Yingying, and Fang Haohan standing at the door. He asked cautiously, what do you want? Qing Yin's Huaxia language was still not good. It took a lot of effort to understand what he was saying. Fang Yan waved his hand to tell Qing Yin not to be nervous. He said with a smile, I'm here to see your master. Qing Yin hesitated. A man's voice came from behind. Qing Yin, an important guest is here. Invite the guest in. Qing Yin stepped to the side and made an inviting gesture. Chiba Shinobu stood in the courtyard. He was wearing a wide-sleeved robe. His skin was fair. He didn't change much from when they first met. However, Fang Yan could still feel the gloomy and dejected aura from him. He had lost something very important. Domineering. The sword god of Japan, the #1 martial artist in Japan, had lost his domineering aura. This was obviously a very regrettable thing. Fang Yan stood in front of Chiba Shinobu with a trace of pity on his face. Chiba Shinobu laughed. He's just a loser. Why are you troubled, Fang Yan-san? You didn't lose in swordsmanship. You lost in the way of the world, Fang Yan said. Japan is still too small. It will limit your vision and mind, which is not good for understanding swordsmanship. This kind of thing can't be changed by one person. It also can't be changed by the power of a country. Japan once had the chance to rise to the sky in one step, but it failed. Failure is inevitable, Fang Yan said with a smile. You've come to Huaxia. You've stepped on the land of Huaxia. You've seen it with your own eyes and heard it with your own ears. You should know how cohesive and hardworking this nation is. Do you know why we're called the descendants of the dragon? Because our ancestors had such expectations for us. They hoped that all of us would be like dragons. One dragon can turn the world upside down. What kind of power and miracles can 3 billion dragons exert? You'll see it. People all over the world will see it. Chiba gently shook his head and said with a smile, Fang Yan, don't tell me how big your country is, and don't tell me how outstanding your people are. The East Asians are just as outstanding, and they work just as hard. But I'm still not optimistic about its future. The reason why I'm not optimistic is that Japan lacks young people like you. What they lack is not one, but a group, Chiba Shinobu said with a sad expression. If we also have a group of young people like you, who are brimming with talent, hot-blooded, fearless of death, and brave to meet any challenge, our future will be better than it is now. Unfortunately, we don't. If the young are rich, the country will be rich. If the young are strong, the country will be strong. This is the most precious asset of a country. Fang Yan smiled and said, Mr. Chiba, thank you. Thank you for saving me. You have brilliant swordsmanship and the heart of a warrior that matches it. Chiba Shinobu looked at Fang Yan and said, Fang Yan, promise me one thing. I can't change my nationality, Fang Yan said with a serious expression. Chapter 281. Chiba Hattori's face and forehead were full of scars. Although they had been treated with medicine, they were not specially bandaged with gauze. Therefore, those wounds were like little red flowers growing in the wild grass, looking particularly delicate and dazzling. Fang Yan's face was also injured, but his face was often injured, so the people around him were used to it. However, when Chiba Hattori's face was injured, everyone felt that it was particularly funny and strange. The head of the Japanese Ministry of War was the Japanese sword god. When he first came to Huaxia, he wore a white, wide-sleeved robe every day like an immortal. At first glance, one could tell that he was a high-quality uncle with knowledge, quality, and wealth. If those love-struck girls saw him, they would definitely yell, "Come to my bowl." However, it didn't take long for him to be beaten up by Fang Yan. It was sad to think of it. Qing Yin refused to leave and stood behind Chiba Hattori. If Fang Yan dared to do anything, he would rush up and be beaten up by Fang Yan. Chiba Hattori also came out, and he looked even more embarrassed. His eyes were still purple-black, and there were several scars on his forehead. One of his arms was tied with a bamboo board. When he walked, he couldn't help but look at his crotch, because Fang Haohan had kicked it there. His mouth was puffed up like a frog that might jump up and eat insects at any time. He stared at Fang Haohan fiercely and hatefully. Obviously, Fang Haohan had replaced Fang Yan's position and become his most hated enemy in his mind. Hearing Fang Yan's refusal, Chiba Hattori looked stunned and said, "Why do you think I would make such a request?" Fang Yan looked at Chiba Hattori and said, "People always tell me that a person will pursue what he lacks. You said that your country lacks talented and hot-blooded young people like me, who are not afraid of death and dare to face any challenge. I'm worried that you will ask me to change my nationality and enter Japan. I know that there are some people who gave up their Huaxia nationality to work for you because they participated in your talent introduction program. However, this group of people will never include me." Fang Yan's memory was still very good. He repeated the words that others had praised him without missing a word. His laughter was clear and bright, like the cry of a crane. He laughed for a while, then looked at Fang Yan and said, "If I put forward such a condition to you, and you happen to be willing to accept it, would you still be the kind of young man I talked about?" Lord Fang Yan, 99% of the things in this world can be sold and sold, only moral integrity is difficult to value. What kind of moral integrity is it if it can be evaluated? Do you think I have integrity? Fang Yan couldn't help but laugh. "Yes. I think so too," Fang Yan said. "I just want to ask my international enemy to confirm it for me again. Because my grandfather told me that the person who understands you the most will always be your opponent." "Your grandfather is right," Chiba Hirobumi said. Fang Yan looked at Chiba and said, "When you suddenly jumped, I thought you hadn't given up, so I sent you flying. Later, when I saw the black shadow in your eyes, I realized that you were trying to save me. I'm very curious. If you wanted to kill me so badly, why did you save me at that critical moment?" "I wanted to kill you," Chiba said. "That doesn't mean I wanted to see you killed. Are you saying that I must die by your hands? At least you shouldn't be killed so shamelessly." "You are also a person with integrity," Fang Yan commented. "If it were you, would you have saved me?" Fang Yan looked around, then lowered his voice and said, "I won't hide it in front of you. I wouldn't. Because at that time, I was defeated by you, and my heart was filled with hatred. I was thinking about how to stab you and punch you. If someone else did it for me, I wouldn't blame them for not telling me in advance. Besides, I'm afraid of death. What if you don't like me and finish me off with a stab? If someone helped me create an opportunity, I would definitely get up and run down the mountain. Staying alive is more important. You came to challenge me at this age. When I grow to your age, I will challenge you again. As long as you don't die, we will meet again." Fang Yan grinned and said, "Of course, if there were outsiders here, I wouldn't have answered like this. I will express my heartfelt gratitude for your noble character and unquestionable integrity, and I will strongly condemn the actions of those who ambushed you. They ruined a fair and just duel of high quality, and their actions are an insult to us pure warriors. You did what you should have done. If it were me, I would have done the same. Isn't this answer more pleasing?" "It is indeed more pleasing," Chiba nodded. "You live more realistically than I do." "No. I live more shamelessly than you," Fang Yan said. "Many people say that about me, but I have never admitted it. However, you are my savior. I am willing to confess in front of you. Because I can't do what you can do. This is where I am not as good as you. So, I am willing to promise you one thing. I hope, wait." Fang Yan quickly interrupted Chiba and said, "The request you put forward must be something that I can do, and I am willing to do it. As long as it doesn't violate national policies, laws and regulations, I won't be scolded as despicable, shameless and nasty. I also have a profession as a teacher. Sometimes, I have to maintain my personal image." Chiba was stunned for a long time. Finally, he said, "I want to see don't underestimate the enemy." "Why does he want to see my master? Is it because he was defeated by Junior Marshal Uncle that he is not convinced and wants to challenge my master?" Fang Yingying asked with a puzzled face. "He is courting death." Fang Haohan made an accurate conclusion about Chiba's behavior. Fang Yan's face was gloomy. He said, "He is an opponent worthy of respect. Fortunately, there is only one Chiba in Japan." When the three returned to the school, the gate of the small courtyard was wide open. Fang Yingying put on an alert posture and said in a low voice, "There are thieves in the house." Slap. Fang Yan slapped his head. Because he was still very weak, the slap was not strong enough, which made people feel a little sorry. Fang Yan strode into the house. There were 3 more people in the house. If the 3 of them were thieves, then they would be 3 beautiful female thieves. Yi Ro, who was in black clothes and pants, stood on the windowsill, looking at the nursery in the yard with clear eyes. She clearly saw Fang Yan, Fang Yingying, and Fang Haohan come back, but it seemed that she did not care about their existence at all. She wore a white, high-slit dress covered with black spots and a white blouse. The hem of the blouse was tucked into the long dress, giving her a stylish and capable look. Phoenix, who wore a light pink suit jacket, sat on the sofa in the living room. Lu Chaoga occupied the master's seat and was boiling water to make tea for Phoenix and Yi Ro. Phoenix saw Fang Yan come in, but she was still smiling and talking with Lu Chaoga. She said, "You are very skilled in making tea. It seems that you do this kind of thing often." "I like to drink tea." Lu Chaoga had a soft smile on her face. It was neither hot nor deliberate. But Fang Yan's understanding of the tea ceremony is far above mine. When we first met, he took out the tea I served to him and made clear comments. Later on, we got to know each other better and I learned even more about the tea ceremony from him. He is a very knowledgeable man. This is very rare in a young man. Phoenix held the teacup in her hands and sipped her tea. She said, "Fang Yan does have the habit of showing off his skills. Back in Yanjing, he would often use his strange and unusual knowledge to pick up girls. Of course, he had never succeeded. Because everyone in Yanjing who knows him knows what kind of person he is. By the way, Miss Lu, you seem to be very familiar with this courtyard. You know this room as well as your own home. Do you come here often?" "This is my courtyard," Lu Chaoga said. "When Fang Yan first came, he didn't have a place to live, so I lent him the courtyard. Of course, I planted a lot of flowers and plants and he had to pay me to take care of them. Fortunately, Fang Yan is also very proficient in this area. Under his care, the flowers and plants grew even healthier. Moreover, several pots of plants that were originally showing signs of withering were also brought back to life because of his miraculous hands. Look, those are the spider plants. They are now growing so beautifully. A few days ago, they even bloomed, but now the flowers have withered." Phoenix smiled even more happily and said, 2 days ago, when I was helping Fang Yan wipe his body, I was curious. This kid was beaten up by a wild woman to the point that he didn't dare to go home. He just came to Flower City and now he has such a house to live in. I can't help but be envious. This kid's luck with women is quite good." Lu Chaoga turned her head to look at Fang Yan and said, "Fang Yan is indeed a very good person. He has helped me a lot, even my life was saved by him. If I can help him with something, I will be very happy." "Heavens, you had such an experience?" Phoenix asked in surprise. "My life was also saved by him. I don't know if he has told you about it, but we are childhood friends. It is not an exaggeration to say that we are childhood sweethearts. It was a snowy winter and we went ice skating together. I accidentally fell into a hole in the ice, and it was Fang Yan who jumped in first to pull me out. Although people later said that he deliberately used Tai Chi wave to shatter the ice, I don't believe that he would do such a thing. That day, it was raining heavily. Fang Yan and I were eating at Sky No. 1 in Flower City. When we came out, it was already very late and the rain was very heavy. Suddenly, a car rushed over from behind. Fang Yan stood at the side and listened. The 2 women were not stingy with their words of praise for him. If he had not heard it with his own ears, he would not have known that he was actually so handsome and charming. However, Fang Yan did not feel happy at all. What were these 2 crazy women trying to do by showing off their affection in such a high-profile manner? Chapter 282. There must be a reason for something abnormal. Fang Yan understood Lu Chaoga, and he also understood Phoenix. Neither of them were women who liked to show off, and neither were they the kind of cute little women who would squeeze their chubby faces together with their boyfriends to pout and act cute. After taking photos, they would post them on their WeChat moments and wait for everyone to like them. One of them was cold and quiet, while the other was arrogant and seductive. Many things were seen through without saying anything, and they would use their own unique way to protect and repay the kindness of others. Did they take the wrong medicine today? That night, the rain was too heavy, and I couldn't see anything around me. It was dark and the road was slippery, and the car didn't have its lights on. If it wasn't for Fang Yan who suddenly rushed over and hugged me and pushed me away, I think I would have become a pile of bones by now. That was the first time I realized how close death was to me. This time, it wasn't just to show off their love. Even Phoenix could hear Lu Chaoga's indescribable gratitude and trust towards Fang Yan from her narration. Although it was dangerous to be a hero saving a damsel in distress, the reward was also relatively rich. Of course, that was under the condition that you weren't too ugly. After listening to Lu Chaoga's narration, Phoenix exclaimed and said, "So something like this happened between the two of you." Although Fang Yan and I can be considered childhood sweethearts and have gone through many trials and tribulations together, I always felt that it wasn't as passionate as the two of you. When he held you in his arms, you must have felt very happy, right? Lu Chaoga smiled and said, "He held me in his arms, and then rolled on the ground to avoid the impact of the car. At that time, I definitely didn't feel anything strange. Now that I think about it, it must have felt very sweet." Phoenix seemed to have just noticed Fang Yan's existence and said, "Fang Yan, sit down and have some tea." "What? You don't want Miss Lu to tell the story between the two of you?" "I think it's pretty good. In the past, everyone thought you were a lazy and cunning B***tch. Today, after listening to Miss Lu's words, our understanding of you has been completely subverted." Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan exchanged glances with each other. Both of them were unwilling to give up. Why would a woman speak up for Junior Marshal Uncle, so why wouldn't he be a jerk? Junior Marshal Uncle has been guiding the industry trends, okay? "Now I feel that you are a loyal and righteous bitch," Phoenix praised. "I've never thought that something like this would happen to you. You will be willing to do anything for a person, for a woman." As she said that, Phoenix looked at Fang Yan with a slightly resentful expression. She didn't know if she regretted that the brave Fang Yan didn't belong to her, or if she blamed Fang Yan for not changing for her. Fang Yan walked to Lu Chaoga's side and sat down, saying in a deep voice, "What exactly do you two want?" "Don't tell me it's for my own good." Phoenix glanced at Fang Yan and said, "I'm praising you. Can't you tell? Two strangers meeting for the first time, naturally we need to find some common topics. The only thing we have in common is you. So, we naturally have to talk about you. What's so hard to understand? You heard it from the side. Did we ever say anything bad about you? Didn't you see it just now, when Miss Lu said that you pushed her away from the front of the car? Her eyes were red with emotion. You didn't arrange the car that caused the accident, right?" Phoenix giggled and said, "Of course not. I believe that the ice wasn't broken by you, and I also believe that you didn't arrange the car. You're such a coward. Even if you wanted to be a hero to save the damsel in distress, you wouldn't do such a stupid thing. Why is there so much sweat on your forehead? Do you feel uncomfortable? It's not that I want to criticize you, but your chest injury is so serious. Before you recover, don't run around." Lu Chaoga didn't pour tea for Fang Yan. Instead, she cleaned the cup, poured a cup of water, and placed it in front of Fang Yan, saying, "I heard that you're injured, so I came to see you. Your wound hasn't healed yet. Don't drink tea, drink more water." Phoenix praised and said, "Miss Lu really knows how to take care of people, much better than those women who only know how to fight and kill." Yi Ro frowned slightly, her fingers grasped hard, and a piece of blue brick above the window was pulled down by her. She didn't look back, but with a flick of her wrist, the brick flew towards Phoenix, who was sitting on the sofa in the living room. Whoosh! As the brick flew, sand and dust fell. Phoenix pointed her finger, and the cup of hot tea in her hand flew towards Yiro. The brick and the teacup brushed past each other in the air, and Phoenix raised her hand to catch the brick, while Yiro chopped with her palm, and the teacup flew towards Phoenix at an even faster and fiercer speed. Phoenix extended her hand to receive the teacup. However, just as her fingers made contact with the teacup, a cracking sound rang out. The teacup exploded into pieces and the tea inside splashed all over Phoenix's slit dress. Obviously, Yiro had added a calming force to the tea, and when another force tried to touch and control the teacup, that force immediately counterattacked. As a result, the two forces collided, and the teacup shattered. This was not something that could be done by someone with great magic. Fang Yan could do it, but Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan definitely couldn't do it. Phoenix was furious. She slammed her palm on the tea table in front of her, jumped up high, and kicked Yiro's back with her golden high heels. Yiro tilted her body, and Phoenix went out through the window. As Phoenix passed by Yiro, she grabbed the scarf around Yiro's neck. Yiro tiptoed, and followed Phoenix out of the yard. Bang bang bang, this was the sound of their fists and feet colliding. Crack, crack, this was the sound of a branch breaking. Clink, clank, clank, this was the sound of a flower pot in the nursery falling to the ground and shattering. Fang Yan sighed softly, and continued to drink the warm water inside the teacup. He had sweated a lot just now, and he was indeed a little thirsty. Lu Chaoge was shocked, and said, "They're fighting, aren't you going to go and see?" "I don't dare to go," Fang Yan said. "Why?" "To calm them down. Otherwise, they'll team up and beat up the third person who breaks in," Fang Yan said. But, Lu Chaoge couldn't imagine it. How could these people fight just because they wanted to? And they were so fierce. "If you don't believe me, I'll do an experiment for you," Fang Yan said. Fang Yingying's face was pale, and he knelt down in front of Fang Yan, and begged, "Junior Marshal Uncle, I know I was wrong, I shouldn't have been lazy, I shouldn't have washed your face when you were unconscious, I shouldn't have eaten a few meals a day, I shouldn't have used up your treasured ambergris." This time, it was Fang Yan's turn to be shocked, and he shouted, "You used up my ambergris." Fang Haohan also used some. "We were afraid that you wouldn't wake up, and these natural treasures would be wasted," Fang Yingying explained. So, Fang Yan kicked Fang Yingying out. Soon enough, Fang Yingxiong flew back screaming in pain. In the process of entering and exiting, his face and body were punched countless times, and his eyes were like panda eyes. Fang Haohan hid in the corner, holding his head, and didn't dare to breathe. Lu Xiaoge looked at Fang Yingxiong with lingering fear in his heart. He thought to himself, no wonder Fang Yan wasn't willing to come out to mediate the situation even though the two women were fighting so fiercely outside. Who would dare to go out? But I'm sitting with these two women, drinking tea, chatting, and arguing. If they fight, even my bodyguards don't dare to warm up for them, right? The fight between Yiro and the phoenix became more and more intense, and the flowers and plants in the yard suffered. Lu Xiaoge's expression became more and more unsightly as he heard the clanking sounds of jars breaking. Those were her painstaking efforts. Yiro used her whirlwind kick, and as her body rolled, she kicked 108 times in a row. When the phoenix tried to block, it revealed an opening, and Yiro kicked it away. Clang! The phoenix's body hit the wall heavily, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. But with the help of the rebound, she rushed toward Yiro again. Bang! The phoenix punched Yiro in the stomach, and Yiro took a few steps back. Seeing the phoenix chasing after her, she tiptoed, and a large piece of sharp porcelain scraped toward the phoenix's face. The phoenix turned 90 degrees, and while dodging the attack of the porcelain, she also lost the best chance to knock down Yiro. The two distanced themselves from each other, and looked at each other with hostility. The number one in the inner world is just so. The phoenix sneered. I've been wanting to fight with you for a long time. In that case, why did you make me wait until now? I just didn't get the chance. Good food is not afraid of late, and now I have the chance, right? I hope you won't let me down. But you, the number one in the inner world, have already let me down. Yi-ro didn't want to stop. She tiptoed, and her body flew up again. She punched the phoenix's head, and even if she didn't get a concussion, she wanted to paralyze the phoenix's face. The phoenix ran a few steps, and her body also jumped up. Her long legs flew out, and the pointed high-heeled shoes stabbed toward Yi-ro's chest. Puncture your big breasts. Boom, they quickly exchanged dozens of blows in the air, and then their bodies brushed past each other. Yi-ro's fist missed, and the phoenix's high-heeled shoes stabbed into the wall with great force. A big hole appeared in the wall, and the heel of the high-heeled shoes was twisted off. Fang Yan had to stand up. He stood in the yard and shouted, "Stop, or I'll be disfigured." Plop. Fang Yan's body was knocked away. He struggled to get up from the ground, covered his bloody face, and said, "I knew it. I'll be disfigured if I keep hitting." Chapter 283. Fang Yan's sacrifice was worthwhile. At least Phoenix and Yi-ro didn't continue to fight. Lu Chaoge was also worried. If they kept fighting like this, the whole building, no, the whole Rosefinch High School would be torn down by them. How could he pluck a brick out of the wall just by grabbing it with his hand? Phoenix and Yi-ro distanced themselves from each other. They looked at each other with hostility, like two aggressive roosters. Puff! Phoenix suddenly laughed. She looked at Yi-ro and said, "What? You don't want to give up?" "You are the one who doesn't want to give up," Yi-ro said with disdain. "Of course I don't want to give up," Phoenix said. "If I can't get it, I won't let you get it." "Who told me to hate you so much?" "I think Lu Chaoge is very good, much better than you. I don't want what others snatch," Yi-ro said coldly. "I hope you keep your word," Phoenix said with a sly smile like a fox. Phoenix left, so did Yi-ro. Phoenix was very happy when she left. She patted Fang Yan's face and told him to take care of himself. She also patted Fang Yingying and Fang Haohen's shoulders and told them to take good care of junior martial uncle. In fact, Fang Yingying and Fang Haohen also wanted her to pat their faces. They had even prepared their faces in advance. Unfortunately, Phoenix didn't let them get what they wanted. Phoenix also chatted with Lu Chaoge for a long time. She kept praising Lu Chaoge's beauty and saying that she and Fang Yan were a match made in heaven. It was as if the two of them had been friends for decades, and she knew Lu Chaoge very well. Yi-ro also left. Yi-ro left very quietly. She just glanced at Fang Yan and then turned to leave. Fang Yingying and Fang Haohen wanted to stay but didn't dare to send them off. He just followed behind Yi-ro timidly and watched her walk out of the courtyard. When she stepped out of the gate, Yi-ro walked in a free and easy manner while Fang Yingying and Fang Haohen walked in a wretched way. Fang Yan lay on the sofa, and Lu Chaoge helped him apply the ointment on the wound on his face. The wound on his face from the Battle of One Sword Peak had yet to heal, and now he had to suffer another innocent injury. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to go out and meet anyone for 10 days to half a month. Now you know what kind of people they are, right? Why are you getting involved in their conflict? Do you know how dangerous this is? Fang Yan kindly reminded him. Although it was too late to remind him now. I've long heard that you're going to have a duel with the Japanese swordsman, but I didn't go to watch it. I dare not. I have confidence in you. I know you will win. We've been through so many things together, and you've never lost, but I still dare not go there. I'm afraid that something bad will happen. I was the first one to come in, and I opened the gate. Then Miss Yi-ro came, and the last one was Miss Phoenix. Miss Phoenix and Miss Yi-ro don't get along very well. Because Phoenix has been provoking Miss Yi since she came. Miss Yi doesn't like to talk, so she left her seat and stood by the window alone. I can see that she wants to wait for you to come back. Otherwise, she would have left a long time ago. According to her character, Lu Chaoge was one of the people involved in the incident. She told some of the things that happened before Fang Yan came back. There are only a few ways for women to fight. First is to rope in more people to support themselves. Second is to suppress and isolate the opponent. The frequency of this method is very high. Miss Phoenix did it very well. She needed someone to cooperate with her, and I became the person who cooperated with her. Seeing Fang Yan frown, Lu Chaoge smiled and said, Miss Phoenix is a person who can be easily seen through, but it's hard for Miss Yi to let others know what she's thinking. Since Miss Phoenix wants to provoke her, why don't I help her? In this way, I can see a more real Yuro. Did you see it? Fang Yan asked. I saw it. Lu Chaoge put the medicine box in the medicine box on the coffee table. What did you see? Miss Yi is simpler than Miss Phoenix. Lu Chaoge said. Fang Yan smiled and said, didn't you say you don't understand? Miss Yi is quiet and serious, which makes people feel that she is cold and arrogant, and keeps people thousands of miles away. This kind of first impression is not good. Lu Chaoge explained. On the contrary, Miss Phoenix is warm and generous. Although she is extremely arrogant, she is good at making topics, which makes people feel like a spring breeze when they get along with her. There is also a trace of joy in your heart. You feel that even such a charming woman is willing to be friends with you, and you feel respected and loved. In this case, shouldn't you like Phoenix more? I don't hate Phoenix because she lives a heavy life. A dancing phoenix wearing shackles, no matter how beautiful she is, can't fly to the Chinese parasol tree. But I like Miss Yi more. Why? Fang Yan sat up straight and looked at Lu Chaoge with some doubt. To be honest, Yi Rou's relationship with others had always been very bad. Whether in the Jianghu or the Jianghu, as long as they were familiar with her, they would eventually fall in love with Phoenix. She was too cold, too arrogant, too strong, and too violent. It would be strange if such a person had friends. Therefore, Yi Rou had always been excluded from various circles since she was a child. Fang Yan, Bai Xiu, and other friends of Phoenix Bailey Lu often went up the mountain to catch birds, went into the water to catch fish, went skiing on the ice, and fought sharks in the sea, but Yi Rou was never there. Everyone had heard of Yi Rou. Everyone knew about Yi Rou. But no one had ever asked them to play with Yi Rou. Of course, the person who hated Yi Rou the most at that time was Fang Yan. Because he was the most direct victim. Young people cared about their reputation, especially those who thought they were good at fighting. If anyone dared to scold them or spit on them, they would fight with their lives. Yi Rou often beat him up like a dog, and he would go to Phoenix for help with all his wounds. There was even a long time when Fang Yan stubbornly blamed the failure of his first love on Yi Rou, because no woman would like an idiot who was always beaten black and blue and couldn't get out of bed. Today, he heard someone say good things about Yi Rou, which really surprised Fang Yan. Because how bad can a woman who doesn't even know how to express her love be? Lu Chaoge said. I can't see Phoenix clearly, but I can see Miss Yi clearly. She likes you. Fang Yan was stunned. Lu Chaoge sighed softly and said, don't pretend you don't know. Lu Chaoge took the medicine box to the kitchen, and then went to the yard to clean up the broken branches and tiles. A tile pricked her finger, and bright red blood flowed out. She took out a band-aid from her wallet in her pocket and put it on her finger. She could take good care of herself. This was a habit she had developed when she was very young, and she didn't want to show her wound to others easily. She liked Yi Rou more, and she felt that Yi Rou was the same kind of person as her. Because of the serious injury, Fang Yan asked for a few days of sick leave from school. Zhang Xiaofeng, the principal of the school, came. After seeing Fang Yan's injury, he sighed and said that since he had a cold, he should take a good rest and not worry about the 9th class. He would find an experienced teacher to take care of him for a few days. Li Mingxiang, the director of education, and Zhu Jian, the deputy director, also came. Li Mingxiang cursed Fang Yan as soon as he saw him. Then he asked if he had applied medicine, and there was still half a bottle of golden chrysalis muscle-nourishing powder at home. Fang Yan hurriedly said no. Zhu Jian was an honest person. He asked in a low voice what happened to Fang Yan's injury, if he had quarreled with his girlfriend, and when he would take his sister-in-law to dinner. Because of Fang Yan's special status in the school, almost all the middle and senior leaders of the school came during his days off. Huang Haoren, Tang Cheng, and Suing also came. They came to visit Mr. Fang on behalf of the students of the 9th class. What's more, he came with several fruits in his hands. Huang Haoren deserved to be the son of a journalist. As soon as he saw Fang Yan, he exclaimed and said, "Mr. Fang, Director Li said that you had a cold and had to ask for a few days off. Why was your face beaten like this? Who beat you? Did you call the police?" Tangcheng smiled and said, "I know the reason, but I won't say it." Suing glared at Tangcheng angrily and said, "Tangcheng, you're so annoying. It's fine if you don't know, but if you know, you won't share it with us. What kind of classmate are you?" Tangcheng looked at Suing and said, "It's not that I don't want to say it, but Mr. Fang definitely doesn't want me to say it." "Mr. Fang, don't you think so?" Fang Yan was extremely angry. If his body had not recovered, he would have jumped up and beaten this guy. For his behavior, there was only one word to describe it: he deserved to be beaten. Fang Yan asked about the situation in the class. Huang Haoren said that Zhang Yu, the language teacher of the first class, would be in charge of the language class for the time being. Fang Yan could understand such an arrangement. Since Fang Yan and Zhang Yu won the bet last time, the first class and the 9th class had almost become natural enemies. The school wanted the students to compete with each other, but they didn't want them to be hostile to each other. Therefore, it was necessary to let Zhang Yu go over and ease the relationship with the students of the 9th class. Fang Yan had never thought that Zhang Yu was his natural rival. He told Huang Haoren and the others to cooperate with Mr. Zhang Yu's work and not let Zhang Yu be embarrassed in the 9th class. Huang Haoren nodded and agreed. He listened to Fang Yan. Suing looked at Fang Yan with a smile and said, "Mr. Fang, you don't dare to go to the classroom because of the injury on your face, do you? In fact, it's completely unnecessary. Even if you are disfigured, in my heart, you are still the most handsome language teacher in the world." An idea came to Fang Yan's mind and he said, "Suing, I have something to trouble you with. I have a document to write, but I don't have the energy now. The handwriting of Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan is too ugly. Can you help me write it?" Huang Haoren was full of displeasure when he heard this. He said very actively, "Mr. Fang, what do you want to write? I can help you write it. My handwriting is much better than Su Ying's." Fang Yan trembled with anger and said, "Girls are more careful. It's better for Suing to write it." Chapter 284. Fang Yan took a pen and paper and handed it to Suing. He said, "Write an application. Application for the Excellent Teacher of the Year. I'll read it and you write it." "Okay." Suing agreed readily. It was rare for Mr. Fang to ask his students to do something, which was something to be proud of. Application. Dear School Leader, I'm Fang Yan, a language teacher in Class 9, Grade 1. My name may be a little strange to you. But when it comes to what I've done, Su Ying's handwriting was small and graceful, which looked like her. However, it was not the handwriting that Fang Yan was looking for. Fang Yan looked at Suing and said, "Suing, you're amazing. I didn't expect your handwriting to be so beautiful. I don't believe that you can write such beautiful handwriting with your left hand. Write with your other hand." Suing looked up at Fang Yan helplessly and said, "Mr. Fang, why do I feel that you're up to no good? Are you looking for a criminal suspect or a girl who wrote you a love letter?" Huang Haoren and Tangcheng also looked at Fang Yan suspiciously. They felt that Fang Yan's request was really strange. Fang Yan smiled awkwardly and waved his hand. How could that be? How could there be a criminal suspect? Who would write me a love letter? Don't make wild guesses. I just want to see if Su Ying's handwriting looks good with her left hand. Su Ying still wrote a few words with her left hand according to Fang Yan's request. It seemed that she was not used to it, and her handwriting was very poor. Fang Yan dispelled his doubts about Su Ying and said, "Forget it. I'll write with my right hand." During his sick leave, Fang Yan was not idle. He had been thinking about the changes of the heart of Tai Chi on Sword Peak. He knew that the reason why the Taiji heart could sense the outside world was because of the existence of qi. Every object had a vital energy or vitality. As long as they breathed, had a temperature, or swayed with the wind, the heart of Taiji would be able to picture them in his mind. However, from pictograms to lines, was this a sublimation or a regression? Fang Yan crooked his finger at Fang Yingying and said, "Hero, punch me." Fang Yingying shook his head and said with a smile, "Junior martial uncle, this is not good, right? You are my most respected and beloved martial uncle, how could I hit you? If I tell you to hit him, then hit him. Stop talking nonsense. Should we ask Fang Haohan? If you don't do it, I'll hit you." Fang Yingying had no choice but to punch Fang Yan's head. Bang! Fang Yingying's body flew backward, rolling around in the yard like a meaty ball. He struggled to get up from the ground, clutching his stomach and crying, "I knew it, I knew it. Junior martial uncle, you are biased. Why do you always hit me but not Fang Haohan?" Fang Yan sighed softly and said, "Fang Haohan is too thin. I don't have the heart to hit him." Through this practice, Fang Yan found that his defensive ability had been strengthened again. In the past, when he was defending, he would take the initiative. When danger came, he would sense it and start to defend and counterattack. Fang Yingxiong hadn't sensed any danger yet, but he had already sent the enemy flying. Of course, it was mainly because Fang Yingxiong was too weak. If the enemy was an expert like Qianya, it would be more troublesome. However, Fang Yan was not in a hurry to verify it. His body was still very weak, and his damaged body had not been fully recovered. If he challenged the Qianya of the army or an expert at the same level as him at this time, he would probably die. The happiest thing during this time was Xia Tian's return. When she came back, she also brought her production team and the two little girls, Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin. Jiang Qin was a little thinner than when she left, and Yuan Lin was a little fatter than when she left. Jiang Qin saw the wounds on Fang Yan's face, and tears were about to flow out. She gritted her teeth with red eyes and said, "Mr. Fang, who beat you like this? I'm going to beat him to death." Fang Yan looked at the little girl, who was waving her fists and shouting to avenge him, and said, "You don't have to do it. I beat him up even worse." Yuan Lin pinched Jiang Qin's face and said teasingly, "Mr. Fang's skills are so good. Who can beat him?" "Then I'm going to beat him up," Jiang Qin said angrily. "Why did he beat me up?" In the eyes of girls, anyone who beat Mr. Fang must not be a good person. "You can't beat him. Let me do this kind of thing," Fang Yan kindly advised. If Jiang Qin went to challenge the Qianya of the army, the enemy would probably throw her away with a flick of his sleeve. "I'll apply medicine for you," Jiang Qin said. "No need." Fang Yan refused. "Why?" "Because I just applied it half an hour ago," Fang Yan said. "Then what can I do for you?" After not seeing each other for a long time, the little girl really wanted to show off in front of Fang Yan. "Are you thirsty? I'll make you a cup of tea." "Oh, you're drinking tea." Xia Kiki sat at the side and looked at her two disciples with a smile. She looked at Fang Yan and said, "It's good to be young. You can do what you want without fear. When you said that, you weren't that old, right?" Fang Yan said with a smile. Xia brushed the hair in front of her forehead and said, "Can you compare with them? It's so tender that water can be wrung out. If you let me wring it, I can wring out water from you." Fang Yan said. "My hands are strong." Xia was angry and said angrily, "Fang Yan, do you know how to chat?" Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin giggled at the side. Fang Yan said helplessly, I know why you brought them here. Look at my face, it's like this. Can I be in the picture? He ran over without saying hello in the summer, and he even brought Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin along. Naturally, he wanted to catch him off guard. She was already in Huacheng. Could Fang Yan still be cruel enough to refuse? What I want is your kung fu. Your face can hit mosaic. Xia Xia said. Xia Xia's classical album hoped to have a song with Tai Chi as the background, so she chose Fang Yan to be the male lead in the story. However, if it was just a male lead, it would not be impressive enough, so she helped him find 2 female disciples who also played Tai Chi. The red sun rose and the morning mist had not dispersed. On the edge of the lonely cliff, Fang Yan, dressed in white, was playing Tai Chi absent-mindedly. The wind was blowing Fang Yan's clothes up. Behind him were 2 young girls in white, Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin. They breathed and waved with Fang Yan's breath. Fang Yan was quiet, they were quiet. Fang Yan moved, they also moved. Such a music video must be beautiful and intoxicating. Anyway, Fang Yan already felt that he was about to die. He looked at Xia Xia and said seriously, you must show your face. When Sister Li was washing clothes by the patio in the yard, she suddenly heard someone shouting, Mom. Sister Li thought that she was hallucinating. Since Jiang Qin left, she could often hear her daughter standing at the door of the small courtyard shouting, Mom, I'm back. She shook her head and sighed, saying, if I had known, I wouldn't have sent the child so far away. What's the point of being a star? Isn't it 100 times better to be by her side? I have to call my dear again later. I don't know if it will delay her practice. Mom, I'm back. A soft body suddenly hugged her from behind and said happily. Auntie Li was shocked. Then, she realized that her precious daughter was really back. She quickly turned around and held Jiang Qin in her arms, wiping her tears and said, Dear, you're really back. I thought I heard wrong. Mom, I'm really back. Jiang Qin was also crying. She was still young, and this was the first time she had gone far from home. Although she had her teacher's care and Xia Xia's care, she still had to deal with a lot of things alone. Moreover, she really missed her father and mother. It's good that you're back. You won't leave this time, right? Sister Li held her daughter and looked at her with a smile. Your face is thinner, your chin is sharper, and your bones are stronger. Are you not used to the food in Yanjing? Of course it's not as good as Mom's food. Jiang Qin said flatteringly. You haven't answered Mom's question. You won't leave this time? Sister Li asked stubbornly. Why do you want to be a star? What's so good about being a star? Mom doesn't beg you to be a star. You just stay by Mom's side and live happily every day. Mom will be satisfied. If you like to study, then study. If you don't like to study, then just mess around. If you can't find a job after graduation, your dad will kill pigs and your mom will set up a stall to make money to support you. Mom and Dad won't feel tired. Mom. Jiang Qin said embarrassedly. I came back this time to participate in the shooting. Mr. Fang and Sister Xia Xia are also here. As soon as Sister Li turned around, she saw Fang Yan and Xia Xia standing at the gate of the courtyard, looking at the mother and daughter with a smile. Sister Li quickly let go of Jiang Qin and washed her hands in the wash basin again. She wiped her hands on her clothes and quickly ran towards Xia Xia. Fang Yan was shocked. In his prediction, a fierce hand-to-hand fight was about to begin. With Sister Li's position, Xia Xia was no match at all. Auntie Li could sit there for 2 summers. Fang Yan couldn't help but take a step forward, blocking half of Xia Xia's body. Sister Li rushed to Xia Xia's side, grabbed her little hand and shook it hard. She said, Miss Xia Xia, thank you. You are the benefactor of our Jiang family. If you didn't give me this opportunity, how could I go to Yanjing to learn from such a famous teacher? Every time I call my dear, she talks about you. She says that you have helped her a lot. As a parent, I don't know what to say. Miss Xia won't leave tonight, right? You must eat at home. Sister Li turned to Jiang Qin and shouted, Dear, call your dad and tell him to leave a pig's hind leg. Fang Yan, who was standing in front of Xia Ji, had completely turned into transparent air. He secretly retracted the hand he had just extended and put it back into his pocket. Sometimes it was lucky that no one paid attention to you. Chapter 285. Jiang Dahai was an honest person. At night, he packed up the stall and went home with a pig's hind leg. Sister Li displayed her cooking skills to the fullest and made a table full of dishes. Xia Chen repeatedly stopped her, saying that she couldn't eat that much. Auntie Li laughed and said that it didn't matter, since Teacher Fang Yan was also here, and Teacher Fang Yan had a good appetite. Fang Yan could only nod and tell Xia Chen that he really could eat, so don't refuse Sister Li's kindness. When eating, Jiang Dahai took a bottle of West Phoenix old wine from the wine cabinet. Fang Yan looked at the age. This wine had been collected by him for nearly 30 years. Jiang Dahai opened the bottle cap, and the fragrance of wine filled the air. He smiled honestly and said, Everyone, drink a little. So he poured a cup for Xia Chen, a cup for Fang Yan, a cup for Sister Li, and a cup for himself. Jiang Qin handed over the cup in front of him and said pitifully, Dad, this wine is so fragrant. Pour me some too. Jiang Dahai capped the bottle and said, Children are not allowed to drink. Dad, I'm not a child anymore. Jiang Qin said coquettishly. Jiang Dahai looked at his daughter and laughed. His love for her was indescribable. Jiang Dahai stood up and took the initiative to raise his cup. He said sincerely with a serious expression, Thank you Miss Xia, thank you Teacher Fang Yan, I have no ability as a father. I can only kill pigs. My daughter Jiang Qin, please take care of her. After that, he raised his head and drank up the wine in the cup. Fang Yan had known Jiang Dahai for half a year. Jiang Dahai gave people the impression that he was kind, honest, and a good man. He rarely spoke and always looked at his wife and children with a smile. He had never seen him blush with anyone. It was the first time for Fang Yan to see Jiang Dahai so formal and the first time for him to stand up and drink so boldly. For his daughter, he did what a father could do. Just like millions of other parents. Xia Chen also stood up, raised her neck and drank up the wine in the cup. The smell of wine was strong, and her face immediately appeared a bright red. She looked at Jiang Dahai and said solemnly, Mr. Jiang, your daughter, Jiang Qin, is a very talented child. It is precisely because of her talent that I hope that she can learn music and learn classical instruments. The path that she has taken is one that no one has taken before. Even I have the will, but I do not have the ability. So, I hope she can succeed. I have high hopes for her. I believe that it won't be long before you'll be shocked by your daughter's talent and feel proud of having such a daughter. Of course, even now, she's still the most outstanding and sensible daughter you have. Jiang Dahai smiled like a Maitreya Buddha. He was also a little embarrassed as he said, when Jiang Qin was in primary school, she once came back and told me that her classmates called her the butcher's daughter. I didn't have the ability, so I could only be a butcher. But I don't want others to see Jiang Qin call her a butcher's daughter. That won't happen. Xia Chen comforted. People will call her Teacher Jiang in the future. Thank you. Sister Li's eyes were red. Thank you, Miss Xia. I'll drink to you too. Jiang Dahai raised his glass to Fang Yan and said, Fang Yan, why haven't you come to eat at home for so long? Fang Yan smiled and said, I'm too busy with work. If Uncle Jiang wants to find someone to drink with, you can call me anytime. The two clinked their glasses and drank the wine at the same time. Fang Yan knew that Jiang Dehai would not know about his conversation with Sister Li. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, he refused Sister Li's fruit feast and left Jiang Qin at home to accompany his parents. Fang Yan sent Xia Chen back to her hotel. Winter had arrived and the chill was getting deeper. Most of the pedestrians on the street wore sweaters or thick coats, scarves, and hats to protect themselves from the cold. Winter in Yanjing was from the outside to the inside. The wind was howling and the ice was hitting one's face. All one needed was an extra coat to resist it. Winter in Huaqing was from the inside to the outside. First, one's bones would feel cold, and then the body would feel cold. It was impossible to guard against. Therefore, Xia Chen, who was wearing a black cotton dress and brown leather boots, still felt the hostility of Huaqing towards her. The only pity was that it rarely snowed in Huaqing, no matter how cold it was. For Fang Yan, a winter without snow was an imperfect winter. He liked snow. He liked the holy and clean feeling of the whole world being covered in ice and snow. Cold? Fang Yan asked with a smile. Cold. Xia Chen wrapped her woolen coat tightly and straightened the sunglasses on the bridge of her nose. She said, Huaqing is colder than Yanjing. I'm cold too. Fang Yan said. Let's take a taxi back. Xia Chen looked at Fang Yan with a smile and said, Do you really want to send me away? Do you think it's new? If other men had the chance to walk with the national goddess in the summer, they would be willing to run naked, right? If you really ran naked, I wouldn't want to. How many people would be staring at you? Fang Yan reached out to stop a taxi and said, You don't like me, and I've never thought of hitting on you. We don't have to pretend to be ambiguous. Fang Yan opened the door and said to the taxi driver, Master, Hilton Jianxiao Hotel. Xia Chen looked at Fang Yan and said, Aren't we friends? Of course. Fang Yan said. Friends go back to their own homes after the meal. Xia Chen giggled and said, All right. Then we'll be friends. She bent down and got into the car. She waved at Fang Yan and said, Good night. Remember what you promised me. I'll see you at Xiaxia Mountain. The first time Xia Chen came into contact with Fang Yan was at Xiaxia Mountain. The first time she saw Fang Yan practicing Tai Chi was also at Xiaxia Mountain. Therefore, she stubbornly chose to shoot her music video at Xiaxia Mountain. Xia Chen's team had already discussed with the person in charge of the Xiaxia Mountain Scenic Management Area. Only a fool wouldn't be able to advertise their scenic area for free. When the taxi was far away, Fang Yan turned to look at the green belt behind him and said in a cold voice, Come out, don't be sneaky like your master. A middle-aged man walked out from behind the billboard and stood in front of Fang Yan. He said in a vicious voice, Found them. Fang Yan looked at him and said, You better not hate me, because you can't beat me at all. You've worked so hard to kill me, but it's easy for me to kill you. The man's fist clenched, but he quickly relaxed. Too lazy to look at the middle-aged man's pained expression, Fang Yan directly ordered, Bring the car here. The middle-aged man waved his hand. A black Audi slowly drove in front of Fang Yan. Fang Yan opened the door and sat in the back seat. The middle-aged man also sat in the front passenger seat. Fang Yan closed his eyes and rested. The car quickly moved. It was heading towards the goal that it had set. Caesar Winery. This was a grape import and export company located in the suburbs of Huaqing. Barrels of wine were shipped from France or other European and American countries by sea. They were packaged at Caesar Winery and sold all over the country. Naturally, there was no lack of wine in the winery. Therefore, the guests of the winery could naturally enjoy it whenever and wherever they wanted. Following an extremely licentious moan, the room finally returned to silence. A long-haired woman got up from the bed, randomly picked up a man's shirt and put it on. Her snow-white thighs were exposed in the air, exuding a seductive scent. She went to the wine cabinet and poured 2 glasses of red wine. She gave one to the man on the bed, took a sip of the other and said, I have a bad feeling about this, is it because I'm not good enough? The man leaned against the headboard, revealing his thick chest and inverted triangular pectoral muscles. In some ways, he was very confident. No, you're doing very well, the woman said. That's the best compliment for a man, the man smiled and said. You're also very good, the most charming woman I've ever seen. I'm starting to like you a bit, like. Do we deserve it? The woman sneered. That's true. He might live today, but he might die tomorrow. He might be alive now, but he might be dead in the next second. So, what do you mean like or not like? It's too extravagant, the man shrugged and said self-deprecatingly. He drank the red wine in the glass and said, What did you just say? Just now, my ears were twitching, I had a premonition of danger. Our lives will be in danger, the woman said. The man grinned and said, The famous prostitute Flower can also be afraid. If this gets back to the organization, I'm afraid the other flowers will laugh at us. The woman sneered and said, Afraid? To live is to atone for sins, and to die is to rest, for such as we are, death is the ultimate happiness. What's there to be afraid of? This is a woman's sense of crisis. When I feel danger coming, I always have this feeling, I think we've been exposed, everyone has faith, and as an assassin, their faith is their intuition. This intuition has saved their lives many times, allowing them to escape from death countless times. The man understood this truth, suddenly lifted the quilt and jumped out of the bed, saying, At least the prostitute Flower hasn't made a mistake in this respect, inform the others, we'll evacuate immediately. This place is no longer safe, I say, even if you're in a hurry to leave, shouldn't you at least put on your pants? Fang Yen squatted by the window and looked at them. I'm embarrassed to look at you with your buttocks naked like this, his mouth said he was embarrassed, but his eyes were really embarrassed. This woman's body is really good, the man's body, ba ba ba, what are you looking at? Chapter 286. Those who did great things did not bother about trifles. Even if they were in great trouble, they would not care about the little things. For Lipped Flower and her partner, Wasp, meeting Fang Yen at this time was undoubtedly a great disaster. Assassins always took the initiative to go out and kill people. How could they let the assassination target wander into their lair? Lipped Flower looked at Fang Yen, who was squatting on the windowsill, and said with a smile, A distinguished guest should come through the front door. It's not a gentleman's behavior to lie on the window and eavesdrop. If you have such a need, I don't mind being your husband for one night, seeing that you are handsome and good at martial arts. Is there a need to be so sneaky? Fang Yen was really angry with her and said angrily, Do you think I lack women? I'm not bragging, but whether it's a mature sister or a campus goddess, whether it's my first love or a wild girlfriend, as long as I crook my finger, Lipped Flower sneered and asked, And then? You crook your finger, and they will do what? It's none of your business. Fang Yen said angrily. He was a little depressed because they were all gone. It had nothing to do with him. Wasp lifted the quilt to cover her naked lower body and said, Mr. Fang, I've heard a lot about you, but I didn't expect to meet you on such an occasion. It's really awkward. What's there to be embarrassed about? What's wrong with meeting and chatting openly? Fang Yen did not feel anything wrong at all. He stared at the hand holding the quilt and said, You'd better not move. If you move your hand, I'll break it. Wasp stopped her little movements behind the quilt and said with a smile, I don't think you are interested in men's naked bodies. Why don't you let me get dressed, and we can sit down to drink tea and chat? Oh, if you like to drink, this place has the purest white wine in France, how about it? Do you want a glass? Fang Yen jumped down from the windowsill. The strong smell of hormones in the room made him frown. He didn't like this smell, especially when it was made by someone else. Looking at Lipped Flower and Wasp, who were staring at him warily, he said, Don't drink. I'm afraid you've poisoned the wine. I don't know who you are, but I know you're from an organization called the Arsenal. I've killed a lot of people from that organization, so unfortunately, you won't be the first pair. To be honest, I've always felt very wronged. I didn't provoke anyone, so why are you guys always staring at me? I went to the cafeteria for a meal and was attacked by your bombs. The first time I went back to my own company, I met your spy. When I was sparring with the Japanese god of swordsmanship at the East Sword Peak to win glory for the country, you sent people flying over to bombard me with cannons. Do you have a conscience? Do you have any sense of propriety? Can't you have a little bit of national pride and patriotism? Fang Yen stared at the lipstick and said, I can see that you are a senior member of your organization, right? Tell me, who sent you to kill me? Who's the mastermind behind this? Lipped Flower's face was full of sarcasm as he said, since you know we're from the Arsenal, how can you be so stupid as to think you can get the secrets you want from us? Why do you think we're the kind of people who are easy to talk to? I'm just asking out of habit, I didn't think you'd answer. Fang Yan's mood was very stable, and his expression was very calm. If not, how can I stall for time? Wasp was startled and shouted, what did you do? His eyes swept around, but he didn't find any enemy. The more he did this, the more nervous he became. The enemy that he couldn't see was the most terrifying. Fang Yan squinted his eyes and smiled. I came a little early, and I'm really not interested in your bed affairs. I originally wanted to wait until you were done before coming in, but you guys didn't stop. I thought I had nothing to do, so I blew a kind of powder that my little Marshall nephew got from somewhere into the room. Seeing Wasp and Lipped Flower immediately held their breath, Fang Yan waved his hand and said, don't be nervous, because it's useless to be nervous. What you should have inhaled has already been inhaled. This kind of powder is silent and odorless, and it's also suppressed by the smell of your hormones. It would be strange if you could detect it. Try to raise your strength and see if your body has any reaction. Lipped Flower and Wasp immediately secretly gathered their strength, and found that their fists were soft. If they fought with Fang Yan in this state, they would be killed with a slap. Do you feel that you can't raise your strength? That's right, my little Marshall nephew told me that this powder is called bone-melting powder. If the amount is enough, it can even melt bones. I was afraid that you would find something strange, so I didn't dare to use that much. So I just dispersed a little of your excess strength. After hearing what I said, shouldn't you be a little nicer to me? Fang Yan asked with a smile. What are you trying to do? Wasp shouted coldly. As he spoke, Fang Yan had already lunged at him. He punched him in the chest, and when Wasp's body flew backward, he grabbed his arm and pulled him back. Fang Yan reached out and grabbed Wasp's neck and twisted it hard. Crack! Wasp's head drooped, and when Fang Yan let go, his body collapsed to the ground. Fang Yan picked up a silver light bullet from Wasp's hand, weighed it in his hand, and said to Lipped Flower, to tell you the truth, after dealing with you a lot, I'm very afraid of this kind of thing. Why didn't you do it? Because I've seen you do it, Lipped Flower said. In Chao Yan's Underground Research Institute, if I didn't have a substitute, I would have already died in your hands. Even if I wasn't poisoned, I wouldn't be a match for you, not to mention now that my body is weak, I have no chance at all. Wasp didn't see you do it, so he died. Smart people can always live longer, Fang Yan said admiringly. But, why should I keep you alive? You're a tight-lipped person, I can't get any answers from your mouth. Fang Yan stuffed the silver bullet into Lipped Flower's mouth and said, tell me, what should I do with you? Lipped Flower's face was pale, and she looked at Fang Yan in horror. Because her mouth was stuffed, her words were a little unclear. Since you can find this place, then you must know, we're not your real target. Fang Yan nodded and said, of course. Fang Yan chopped Lipped Flower's neck with his palm. After her body fainted on the bed, he pressed the red button on the silver bullet. He didn't have any mercy towards the members of the armory. Because they were no longer people, but a group of man-eating devils. When Fang Yan closed the door of the room, there was a loud bang inside the room. Fang Yan could imagine the huge power of the silver bullet when it exploded. He had been close to it several times. Never again. At 1:00 in the morning, if it wasn't a shipping day, few vehicles would come to the winery at this time. However, tonight was an exception. The door of the winery was opened, and then a black Mercedes-Benz slowly drove in. The car stopped at the door of the small building, and the man in black in the passenger seat quickly got out of the car and ran over to open the rear door. A young man got out of the car. Lu Qingming looked up at the dark winery and said, "Open the door." The middle-aged bodyguard nodded and took out a magnetic card from his pocket. He swiped it in front of the electronic door lock, and the door of the small building opened automatically. Lu Qingming took the lead and walked in, and the bodyguard in black followed him into the house. Clang! The door of the small building closed automatically. "Turn on the light," Lu Qingming said. Pa! The light was turned on. The house was suddenly brightly lit, and it was as bright as day. Unfortunately, it wasn't opened by the bodyguard in black. He stood beside Lu Qingming and didn't even have time to do anything. There were two people sitting on the sofa in the living room. Lu Qingming never thought he would see these two people. Lu Qingming quickly turned around, and there was already a group of men in black standing behind him, blocking their way. Fang Yan looked at Lu Qingming, who was standing there with a gloomy expression, and said with a smile, "I know you are very surprised as to why I am sitting here. In fact, I am also very surprised. After all, you are a person who knows how to disguise yourself. It's really not easy to catch your tail." Fang Yan patted the shoulder of the man sitting beside him and said with a smile, "Thanks to your big brother. If he didn't arrange people around you to know your whereabouts and provide me with the place where you met the people from the arsenal, I'm afraid our meeting would have to be delayed for a long time." Lu Qingming stared viciously at the man sitting beside Fang Yan. He panted heavily and roared angrily like a wounded beast, "Why? Why did you do this?" The man reached out and took off the wolf mask on his face. His ugly face became more and more shocking under the light. He calmly looked at Lu Qingming, whose face was full of disbelief, and said, "You are really too naive. How can you represent the Lu family to protect the interests of the Lu family like this? I know that you have always wanted to replace my position, and have always wanted to become one of the 4 prodigies of Huacheng, but, my good brother, do you really think you can sit in that position steadily? Jiang's Lilan Valley is full of people who eat people without spitting out their bones. Even I have to be very careful when dealing with them. Why are you so arrogant to think that you can play with all the heroes in the world? You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.